Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 3, 2, 1. Testing.
I'd like to make a motion to reconvene. Do we have a second? Mrs. Brooks, all in favor? All in favor? Okay, great, 6-0. Great. If the district clerk would please take the roll call.
Adam Smith,
Present.
Deborah Brooks,
Here.
Emily Bays. Present. Adam Block. Absent. Julie Epstein.
Here.
Rachel Gilliard.
Here.
Nanette Melconian.
Here.
Thank you.
Great. Before we resume the meeting, we will be given a performance by a mixed choir with their teacher, Amanda Johnson, and we'll be hearing a performance of the national anthem, and I believe another song as well.
Good evening. You please rise for the national anthem.
It's good, right? Go ahead, Rachel.
We will continue with one last song for you. This is Festival Songtus by John Liebet.
Song
our big State of the District presentation from Dr. Hines and many of our administrators who will be updating us on all of the goings-on and things that we have happening here. In addition to that, we will be awarding tenure tonight to 3 educational assistants. So without further ado, Dr. Shields, if you'd like to read the names.
Yes, and as I read the names, if they're here in the audience and they could stand, we'd love to recognize you before the resolution is read and voted on. So from Manor Haven School, we have Leslie Ferrero. And from Sousa, we have Heather Hurt. And from Guggenheim, we have Lisa Perrone.
Great. So without further ado, I'm going to read the resolution, and after the board votes, if we could, everybody could stand and give an ovation for all of our new tenured teachers assistants. So item 6.1 on the agenda tonight. Be it resolved that the Board of Education, on recommendation of the superintendent, awards tenure to the following individuals. And those are the listed names that Dr. Shields just read. So if I could please get a motion. Ms. Brooks, second. Ms. Melkonian, all in favor? Ms. Bates, that's all in favor, so we have 5. Great. It's passed, so congratulations. Yep. Okay, and I think, Dr. Hines, we're going to go right to Dr. Shields for the enrollment report.
Yes, thank you. Our last enrollment report was put together on November 2nd. At that time, we had 5,257 students. That's just 9 more students than we had this time last year.
Thank you, Dr. Shields. I'm going to keep my general information very brief, just because of the presentation we have in a few minutes regarding our State of the District. The first thing I want to say is that we had a very successful Superintendent's Conference Day not too long ago. Superintendent's Conference Day is a wonderful opportunity for our staff, all staff members, to really get together from a professional development standpoint and learn not only about new things, but to actually meet with each other, which is a rarity, which is much needed. So Dr. Feeney, I want to thank you, and certainly our administrators who were part of that process. Was very meaningful. The feedback I received was incredibly positive. The second thing I'd like is, Ms. O'Hara, if you wouldn't mind just giving us a quick update regarding the transportation app I know we've been discussing over the past several months.
Sure, thank you. Yes, so our Director of Transportation, Robin Allen, has been working with Mr. Maloney's team, working with TransFinder to actually have all the integration of our current system, so all of the information is moved over. They have been working and meeting almost every week to accomplish this. So from the technology perspective, everything is complete. Robin still has to continue more training, very involved, so that they understand how to use TransFinder correctly. We've been told by the gentleman at TransFinder that probably in January, beginning of January, we'll be able to do a beta testing of it. There are a couple of districts. Syosset has also started this process way before we have, and they still haven't completed it. So, you know, we were hoping that we could beta test in December, but we think it's wise to make sure we have all of the correct training so that we roll out with it successfully.
Thank you, Ms. O'Hara.
You're going to get the State of the District? Perfect. So if the BOE wouldn't mind, just moving to the front row so we can see the screen, we'll give the floor to the administrators.
Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. And before we begin with our State of the District, I have a few people I'd like to thank before we move forward. I want to thank our administrators for working very diligently on what you are about to see. It is going to take a little time, so please be patient with us. We have a lot to share, a lot of, I think, not only important information to share, but very exciting things to share. This is a very different presentation compared to what's happened in the past related to the State of the District. Just think of it as the previous State of the District really set the table. Now we are serving the food as far as what's about to begin. So I want to, again, thank not only the administrators who helped and assisted in creating this document, but I also want to thank our presenters, because you won't just hear my lovely voice. I'd say that tongue-in-cheek. You will hear multiple voices regarding the areas of expertise moving forward. So without further ado, let's focus on the topics at hand, and we have, again, quite a few to unpack. We'll start with the portrait of a graduate as far as an overview, and yes, I'm sure many of you have heard what this is, but it is worth restating again because it is our North Star. I want to briefly talk about the big picture focus that we have, not only regarding the staff that we have, but really what is the eye of the prize as far as once we complete the strategic plan and what is it that we're actually looking for. When we talk about curriculum instruction and assessment, special education, athletics, we'll delve deeply into what we currently have and then what we're looking to explore in the future. Facilities and operations, school safety and security, communication technology, these are all areas that we've kind of scratched the surface as far as what we've been doing as a school district, but again, we'll have the resident experts really begin to unpack, again, what's currently here and what we're looking at in the future. We discussed last year as far as surveying not only our students and our staff, but our parents regarding the climate of our school district, and we have results that we'd like to share with our school community. And then finally, what I'll do is I will end the conversation regarding an update to our strategic plan regarding the outcomes and the targeted goals that we have set forth for this year. So let's begin with the portrait of a graduate. This is something, again, that we've worked on over the past several years. Think of it as our North Star, and really is communication, a document talking about the expectations that we have, not just for some students, but for all students. What are our expectations as they exit our system after 13 years? Articulation of the competencies, and when you see the visual, you'll see some medallions, and they focus on the competencies that we expect all students to leave here, whether they are proficient in those competencies and or have mastered them. And we want our students engaged, not only as learners, but as citizens. And when we think of this, the design process, we look at the backward design process. So again, we focus on what we want our seniors to leave, but of course this work begins in pre-K and in kindergarten. So what are those competencies? You'll see the medallions that focus on creative and innovative thinkers. What does it mean to have a rigorous curriculum, regardless of what class you are taking? Meeting students where they are and making sure they exceed the reach of what they are able to do and to have incredibly high expectations and standards. Communication skills, whether it's written and or articulated verbally, incredibly important skills to have as they exit our system. We know how important it is to understand things that are regionally, the things that are local, and certainly nationally, but what does it mean to understand and to really embrace what's happening internationally, because that's the world that they will be moving toward. Problem solving in all shapes and forms, really, I believe, starting with divergent thinking and how to tackle complex problems from multiple vantage points. Embracing diversity not only in our wonderful community, as diverse as it is, as diverse as this world is, and to understand different cultures. Social and emotional intelligence, which is just as important as intelligence itself. When we talk about IQ testing, we talk about EQ and what that means, and also to understand the world around them and how important that is. And then finally, what I think is one of the most important competencies as adults and certainly as youngsters is to have that life balance. What does that mean? Is the pendulum swinging too far in one direction where it's all work and no play, or is it swinging the total opposite direction? You want to find that balance clearly while they're in school, but as they graduate and then move toward adulthood. So big picture focus, and this next slide may startle some. That is not the intent. But we have a lot of new faces, some old ones returning just in new positions, but we have a lot of new leadership, I would say, energy and perspectives that have come into our school district over the past 2 years. So if we look starting from left to right on the top row, we have Kathy O'Hara, who is serving as you know, as our Assistant Superintendent for Business. Inasmuch as she's been here for less than 2 years, it feels like she's been here for a lot longer, and that's because she's really assimilated so well and acclimated so well to our school community. We have Sean Feeney, who's here as Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction and Assessment, and yes, he started in July, but again, he's really assimilated so well with our staff and with our students, and I will say certainly with our parents. We have Ira Pernick, who is our Administrator for Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, and you'll notice there are 2 positions that are focused on curriculum instruction and assessment because that is something that we take very seriously here. And so we have bolstered that, and we're looking to move in much deeper directions, as you'll see when Dr. Feeney begins to talk about some of the different initiatives that we have. We have our new Director of Facilities and Operations, Brian Graham, who's been really just, again, he's starting in July, but it feels like he's been here for a very long time, incredibly knowledgeable. We have a new position that began last winter. That's our Public Information Office, and our officer is Shannon Bullen, who has been here again since January, doing an incredible job, and you'll hear from her later this night as well. And then we have a new Assistant Director for Special Education. We have Derek Pistone, so he's here this evening as well. We have a Director of E&L, Priscilla Zarate, who was just named the New York State TESOL Administrator of the Year. So kudos to her and her hard work, which is wonderful for that acknowledgement. We have Lori Director, who is our Director of Guidance. We have Nick Schratweiser, who probably needs no introduction. He has been our Athletic Director, social media mogul, who is really celebrating kids and has really brought a new energy to our athletic and physical education and health program. We have Catherine Baer, who is our new principal at Schreiber High School, which is an incredible addition to our staff, as well as Jerry Weinstein, who is our assistant principal here at Schreiber. Our Manor Haven principal, who began last year, is Juanita Diaz, and we have a new daily principal, Lucia LaGuardia, who has done an incredible job as well, again beginning this July. Casey Lumangino, who was a former incredible math teacher here at Schreiber, is now a middle school principal at Schreiber. And then finally, we have Matt DiCarlo, who is an assistant principal at the elementary level, split between 2 elementary schools. And you look at this and you're like, why do we have so many new administrators? And the answer is because they want to be here. That's the reason why, and that is why this district will move to the next level. Over the summer, the Board of Education focused on multiple goals that are very important to them. I'm not going to read all of them because it'll take a long time, but you can see with this particular slide, the first one has to do with the support and monitoring of the social, emotional, and physical well-being of students and staff to ensure a positive school culture and fulfilling educational experience. I think that really says it all because we're looking at the whole child and what they can do as a board to support that endeavor. And of course, I'll just go down to number 6 because, not to say these are in priority order, but the last one focuses on increasing state aid because, you know, it's the operation of the school district is incredibly expensive. So what can we do? What can they do? What could our legislative task force do to advocate for increasing state aid to our school district? So you see we have Board of Education goals, and then I have my priorities as a superintendent. And I won't read them all, but I'll read the first one, which is talking about and implementing and supporting this comprehensive district-wide strategic plan and having targeted goals and outcomes to hold us accountable to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. We look at developing and creating a transition coordinator for special education, And also, in alignment with Dr. Shields' one of his goals is because of that we have so many new administrators, how do we support the talents and the potential of our administrators? Yes, some of them have worked in multiple capacities before they came here, but what can we do to support their journey as they acclimate to our school district? So you'll notice you have Board of Education goals, I have my own priorities, and then district office has their own goals that I supervise. And so our business office, again, not to read all of them, but what Kathy's focusing on, and she began this work last year, when she began, was restructuring the functional responsibilities of the business office personnel and really trying to improve the efficiencies and time management of her office, which I really appreciate. We have Dr. Allen, who's focusing on, and she's talked about this quite a bit actually over the past year or two, is focusing on not only the extended school year program, but the ICT program, which we are very appreciative that the board has supported at the elementary level. In HR and school leadership, we have Dr. Shields, and again, he's focusing, like I said before, supporting all of the new administrators that we have on board. We have quite a few contracts we have to negotiate this year. That's something that seems to happen every single year, and a lot of time and thought is taken into making sure that these contracts are negotiated in a fair and balanced way. And then finally, continuing to focus on hiring a diverse workforce that is reflective of the school community that we're serving. And then Dr. Feeney is focusing on all the different initiatives, which we'll talk about in a few minutes, and there's quite a few that have started here at the Port Washington School District, starting with curriculum mapping and then focusing on the DEI initiatives, which we've been speaking about for the past several years. Increasing, and this is something the board is incredibly focused on, as am I, is the consistency of the curricular consistency throughout the school district. And then finally, focusing on graduation rates. How do we increase graduation rates within our subgroups? And then, of course, focusing on advanced designation diploma rates. So you'll notice we have the board goals, we have my priorities, we have district office goals. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce Dr. Feeney to talk about curriculum, instruction, and assessment.
Thank you, Dr. Hines. So, Port has a lot of things going on in the curricular aspects, and that became very apparent during that transition time over the summer and into September, October. What we're trying to focus on, especially in my first year here, is to really support some of those ongoing initiatives and help to communicate a district-wide understanding of the importance, the relevance, and the connections among those various initiatives. The Panorama Survey we've spoken about is the survey that was given at the end of last year to just get a sense of what is happening in the school district, how families are feeling, how staff are feeling, and how students are feeling. Provided a lot of information. We'll learn a little more about the survey later on in this presentation. Portrait of a Graduate, that's been a significant initiative. As Dr. Hines said, that's our North Star. We spent a significant time during our recent Superintendent's Conference Day understanding the development of the Portrait of a Graduate and taking those first steps to connect the Portrait of a Graduate to the work we're doing in the classroom. Those were great sessions where K-12, we were able to get folks together and discuss what was happening in the classroom, connecting it to those different medallions. That work is just starting, and then connecting that and summarizing all the work from that has been an ongoing thing. Curriculum mapping is that planning that allows us to make sure that when students arrive at their graduation, they're moving up from the elementary schools, the middle schools, and graduation from high school. We know that they've touched upon, and we have met those medallion items from our North Star, the Portrait of the Graduate, and that's where curriculum mapping comes in place. That's one of the next pushes we're going to have over the next few months. It has started well underway when I arrived here and completed in some areas, but we still have some pockets where we need to fill in. The DI initiative is well underway as well. We are officially in year one. We've done a lot of preliminary work, year one of that 5-year plan. So those are the primary initiatives. We've got some additional projects, including the SEL initiatives, the biggest one being Ruler, our elementary students led by, our elementary schools led by Sousa's really embraced Ruler and started the training both for the faculty and brought a lot of those initiatives to the students and to the faculty and to the families. Sousa had a wonderful Ruler Family Night that was celebrated not just here, but by Yale University and Mark Brackett. Graduation rates, we've been hitting that, working with Dr. Bear as well as Ms. Javelin in the middle school to make sure that we've got plans in place to deal with that. And the professional development has been huge, finding a lot of different ways to find professional development, meet teachers where they are, help bring them to where we all want them to be, to provide the support necessary for our students. And that's taken place in a variety of ways. And the curricular offerings, as Dr. Hines said, trying to develop that curricular consistency for our students. Outlining some of the initiatives and some of the results of the work that we've done already. I spoke to some of that, those initiatives, and the Ruler ones. And there's on that right side the tweet after Dr. Brackett came to our family Ruler night at Sousa. He celebrated it in a tweet that was gave a sense of how impressed he was with what the faculty at Sousa had put on for the families. So that's sort of a quick overview of some of those curricular offerings and the many initiatives. There are countless other ones as well, but those are the primary focus activities for this first year. To speak a little bit about the TPS department, Dr. Stephanie Allen.
Thank you, Dr. Feeney. Thank you again for having me tonight. I did have the pleasure of presenting last month, so I've taken what I did last month and kind of summarized it quick for you guys in about 3 slides. All right, so again, who are we in TPS, Pupil Personnel Services? Right now, it's myself, Assistant Superintendent, and I have 2 Assistant Directors, Dale Bennett and Derek Fastone. Again, our responsibilities are to oversee the provision of services for students with IEPs and 504s. We have about 930 classified students with IEPs currently, and about 246 students with 504 accommodation plans. Involved in the provision of these services includes a lot of different agencies who provide specialized services such as occupational therapy, physical therapy, behavior consultation, parent training, job coaching, assistive technology consultation. O&M is orientation and mobility, and vision services. Our district staff there includes a lot of different people, special ed teachers, speech, nurses, our sites, the clerical in my office, social workers, and we have a teacher of the deaf. So that totals to about 112 staff members in the entire department. Currently, we have a comprehensive in-district programs for our students with disabilities. We offer related services, consultant teacher and resource room programs in all of our buildings. We have integrated co-teaching services now in kindergarten through grade 10. Our integrated co-teaching program is at Sousa at the elementary level. We offer it at Weber and Schreiber as well. We have a number of special class programs, again, starting in kindergarten, going all the way up through 12th grade. We have acronyms for them. Our RISE program and our MILE program are our Regents-bound programs for students. At the elementary level, RISE is a 12-on-1 program, 12 students, 1 teacher, 1 teaching assistant, and those classes are housed at either Guggenheim or Daly elementary schools. And then we have our mild program, which is a 15-1 that we have both at Weber and at Schreiber. Our TLC and our INVEST programs are our functional life skills programs in district. Our TLC is an 812 program at the elementary level, which is housed at both Manor Haven and Guggenheim. And our INVEST program is the secondary program. It's an 812 at Weber and a 1211 at Schreiber. Again, that 812 is 8 students, 1 teacher, 2 teaching assistants, or at Schreiber, the 12 students, 1 teacher and 1 teaching assistant. We also offer extended school year services, and we have a transition services as well. So where do we need to go? We want to look at restructuring our transition program. We are continuing to develop our extended school year program. I'm looking to house all of our elementary programs in the same building to minimize the movement of our students between buildings. And obviously, I want to continue our professional development for our staff in the areas of reading, integrated co-teaching, IEP writing, and Section 504 accommodations. And I'd like to turn it over now to Mr. Nick Strottweiser, our Director of Health, Phys Ed, and Athletics.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me tonight and allowing me to speak with you. I'm going to share, if you can go to the next slide, I'll share a little bit about our athletics program. First, I just want to say that it's an absolute honor to serve as the district's Director of Athletics. We're very proud of our school year last year, as well as the beginning of our school year this year, which concludes this week. So our first slide outlines some of the data from last school year. It's our hope that this shows you how robust our program is. We have over 900 participants at Schreiber. We have close to 700 participants at Weber. We had a very successful season, 3 seasons last year. We won numerous conference championships, county championships, as well as many of our student athletes earned postseason honors. So far this school year, we've won conference championships in girls volleyball and boys cross country. Our girls tennis team won the Long Island Championship and advanced all the way to the state championship last week. We've had 2 Nassau County champions at the individual level. We had Ashley Carrillo won the girls cross country Nassau County championship race. We had Dasha Perfiliev and Ellie Ross won the girls tennis doubles county championship for the 3rd year in a row. In line with how large our program is, we have 77 teams with 113 coaching positions. One of our biggest accomplishments is we were named the New York State School of Distinction, which means that all of our varsity teams earned scholar athlete status. We have 2 new additions to the program this year. We have boys and girls winter track at Weber. We had 60 athletes on the field this week starting with those 2 teams. Those are athletes that normally in years past wouldn't have an opportunity during the winter season, so we're really happy for that. This slide outlines kind of like the programs or initiatives that we're focusing on right now. Beginning with the strategic collaboration with Weber. So we don't look at Weber and Schreiber as 2 separate entities. We look at what's happening at Weber as building the foundation for future success at Schreiber. So we bring a lot of our teams together, our varsity and our middle school teams. We provide clinics for our 7th and 8th grade players, and we look at this as a chance to not only develop their skills, but get them around our varsity head coaches, as well as give us our older students, our varsity players, a chance to give back. We do similar things with the youth organizations in town. We often invite our youth players to, up to campus to play either at halftime, will be a part of our introductions and entrances at our senior games and other events. We offer clinics for our youth players. Many of you guys were at our Port Classic softball game, which we played at PAL Field last year. So all of these things and many more are done to support our youth programs because they support us in many ways. Many of you are aware of that we participate in the Lead 'em Up program, which provides leadership training and character development lessons and exercises for our teams. We're really proud of the work that our coaches and athletes are doing with Lead 'em Up because we know it'll benefit them today, but it will also benefit them in the future. When I first came in, one of the most important things I wanted to look at was how we can keep more of our teams on campus for practices. So historically, many of our teams are bused to fields off campus, whether that be at an elementary school, whether that be at Lions Field. As you can imagine, this causes some issues. So it's less practice time because there's more travel time. It's also a huge expense every single day. With limited field space, where our field space is at a premium on campus, we wanted to look at how we can utilize some other spaces that we have. So we keep 7th and 8th grade boys soccer and girls soccer on the front of Weber, which is their recess field. The field dimensions don't necessarily allow us to play games there, but we practice there every day. There's a grass field that's behind the gyms. We keep 7th and 8th grade field hockey there now. 7th and 8th grade field hockey was on the brink of having to combine because they had such low enrollment. Those teams are now about 25 students on each team. They're healthy, they're full. We also kept JV lacrosse, both at boys and girls, and soccer at JV, boys and girls, on campus. Usually those teams travel to Guggenheim or Sousa or Daly every day. All of this combined saved the district $76,000 last year. So far this year, we've saved over $100,000. So I hope that buttered everyone up. And this is where Kathy, you could cover your ears at the next slide. So I think there's a few things that we can do in the immediate that will significantly enhance our program. And then there's some major projects that I'd like to just put on the forefront as maybe a 3 to 5 year plan, just have in our minds. In the immediate, I'd like to see a few positions added. So I'd like us to add girls flag football. It's currently considered an emerging sport in New York State. In the spring of 2024, it'll be an official New York State interscholastic sport with playoffs and ultimately a state championship. PYA is currently running an extremely popular flag football program. They have 400 youth players playing flag football. Those kids will eventually be at Schreiber, and I'd love to have a team for them play. I'd like to see us add opportunities for our students with disabilities. So there's 2 programs in Nassau County that are running. One's called the Unified Program, one's called the Challenger League. We can find the right model that works for our population, but I'd love to be able to provide experiences for those students and their families to participate on a sports team and play other teams in Nassau County when they normally wouldn't be able to participate on the interscholastic team. Lastly, I feel very strongly that we need to add a strength and conditioning coach to our staff that would work with our athletes year-round, in season and out of season. So years ago, a strength and conditioning coach was kind of unheard of at the high school level and only something you would see in college. That's become increasingly common at the high school level, and the districts that have this in place are excelling. They're sending more students off to college to play. They're experiencing wins. Our district has an extremely high number of injuries. It's the belief of myself and our athletic trainer, Rick Zappala, who's retiring this year. I just wanted to plug that. That putting a strength and conditioning coach on our staff will lower those number of injuries. We've had 168 injuries so far this school year. 18 of those injuries were season-ending injuries, meaning that the season stopped for that athlete because of whatever happened, whether that be an ACL tear, whether that be a concussion, a shoulder injury. I want you to picture this. So picture our girls soccer team is waiting to get on a bus. Our buses are delayed every day. So they sometimes have to wait 40 minutes to get on a bus to travel to a game. Our girls are talking to each other. Our girls might be talking to the coaches. Oftentimes they're on their phones. There's a team a few towns over that wear white and red. Those girls are with their strength and conditioning coach foam rolling, and then they're getting on their bus and coming back to play us. And then they beat us by 4 goals. And people ask why. That's one of the reasons why. So I think that a strength and conditioning coach will significantly help us excel. I'd love to see us take a look at our facilities, like I said. Brian Graham and I have been working really well together, and I look forward to a long, successful, collaborative relationship with him. I think first and foremost, we need to look at our tennis courts. They are not in good shape, and I don't know how much longer we can go on just filling cracks each and every year. Our opponents have expressed concerns to us about our courts. I had the opportunity to play on them yesterday at a fundraiser, and I saw firsthand how bad they are. I'd like to see us add an additional court. We only have 6. We really need 7 to play. I'd like to see us add lights. Oftentimes our matches are postponed because we don't have enough courts, we don't have enough lights. There have been times that parents have turned the headlights on in their car and see matches end. We have an exceptional tennis program here in Port Washington on the boys and girls side, so they deserve an exceptional court to play on. Along those lines, we also have an exceptionally talented track program. We've won county championships in cross country, winter track, and spring track. I'd love to see them have an exceptional facility to participate on. With our current design, we would never be able to host a county championship here in Port Washington. So I'd love to see a redesign and see some things added. And I know the community is behind me when I say that we'd love to see the inside of the track, which is called Sieber Field, used for more sports than just Weber football. With some changes to the track and doing things on the inside, we'd be able to host more teams throughout the year. In that complex, they would be on them 7 days a week, from the varsity to the JV to the middle school to our youth programs. They would be on that field 7 days a week, which would contribute to more cost savings that I spoke of earlier throughout the next decade or so. Brian and I have been working with Land Tech at looking at that facility. We have numbers and quotes in place, ready to go. Along the lines, I'd like to see upgrades made to Whitney Field, which is known as the Pit. We are known to have the smallest bleachers in Nassau County. Our away fans need to sit in the same aisle as some of our home fans, which you can imagine causes some issues during games. If you look at comparable sized districts to us, their bleachers are 3 times the size of ours. If you look at districts that are on the opposite scale, so some of the smaller districts in Nassau County, their bleachers are also 3 times the size of ours. I'd like to see upgrades made to the fitness facility at Schreiber. There's equipment in that room that's archaic. The floor is extremely old. The floor is dangerous with gaps in between the mats. Every student at Schreiber uses this facility. Throughout phys ed, so it's not just our teams. Every student that's in the district will use that fitness facility. So I'd love to see them have a state-of-the-art facility to use. Additionally, like low ticket items, we're going to be doing more branding throughout the campus to give us that college campus feel, give us that community feel. We've added windscreens, we've added signs. We'll continue to do that throughout the years because those low ticket items have high rewards. It makes us feel good. It makes our parents feel good. Our younger players feel good. So again, thank you guys so much for your time. It's really an honor to serve the district and the community. I hope to do it for a long time. Thank you. And I'll introduce Brian Graham, who's our Director of Facilities and Operations.
Good evening. Thank you. When Dr. Hines first asked me to do this, I just hoped I didn't follow Mr. Schrottweiser. First of all, because he talked about all my good stuff, but no, a lot of championships to compete with. But if they offer one of the facilities, we're going to go for it. This is who we are as a snapshot of the department. 3 operational departments: custodial, maintenance, and grounds. 85 full-time employees, service 7 schools, the administration building, 2 district properties, daily cleaning, buildings, field repairs, ongoing maintenance of infrastructure, utilities, not just pay the bills, but we're also constantly looking for ways to save on utilities. Technology is constantly adapting. We use building management software. We use energy audits. We're working with PSE&G and National Grid on ways to reduce steam trap surveys. Safety and security, it's a partnership with both Mr. Miller and Mr. Maloney. All of our security really has a digital component nowadays, card access, cameras, so that's really a 3-headed monster, and we thankfully working all very well together on that. Construction, finishing up on a $69.8 million bond with $19.1 million currently in progress and $2.1 million in 22-23 capital funds in progress. Active projects include Schreiber, Daly, and Sousa additions, Salem and Schreiber roofing, and HVAC projects at Manor Haven and Salem. Environmental, just our standard testing, compliance items, asbestos, lead and water, indoor air quality, training requirements. And facilities usage is a big part of what we do every day, managing, scheduling, 9 gyms, 12 fields, again, constant coordination with Mr. Schrottweiser in the athletic department. Over 200 permits are going out for community groups. So this is a good facilities program. We're a support staff, right? We're supporting the districts and other departments. So you saw in Mr. Schrottweiser's thing, our coordination, I'm sure in Mr. Miller's, there's going to be a conversation about facilities as well. And that's what we want to do. A good facilities program is supporting the other district departments. We like to think of ourselves as ninjas. You don't see us, you don't hear us, but the work gets done. These are things we're all doing in Port, and we're doing well. Athletics, me and Nick have regular communication about needs, both daily and seasonally. We're constantly addressing repairs and maintenance items as needed. Curriculum and PPS, really why we're here is to provide safe, comfortable, and clean classrooms and instructional areas. We're making sure we're in compliance with all of our regulatory agencies, the fire marshal, NICED, our insurance company. Security, again, coordination of the physical security, doors, locks, hardware, and then digital security, cameras, card access, and technology, coordination of classrooms, and also the mainframe technology that requires a lot of facility support, air conditioning, HVAC, and a lot of collaboration. So a great facilities department, instead of supporting it, we believe can integrate with these departments through a more synergistic approach and also support some of the portrait of the graduate ideals. I want to talk about ways we feel that we can do that. Across all departments, really, you'll see the same proposal for increased collaboration and communication, not on a daily basis, but on a more long-term schedule. I have to put together a 5-year plan. Mr. Miller's putting together a 5-year plan. We want those plans to be in line. We have capital projects related to some of the facilities needs Mr. Schrottweiser talked about, but he also has fundraising opportunities, and we want to make sure that we're coordinating those plans further out. Athletics, we talk about long-term planning, including capital projects versus fundraising. Nick, I know Mr. Schrottweiser talked about development of additional areas to achieve savings associated with transportation and rentals. Technology, one of our goals for this year is to look at outdoor spaces, and I think this is one of the things that does support the portrait of the graduate. We talk about life balance or social and emotional intelligence. If we can develop more outdoor spaces, kids, respond well to that, healthy, getting them outside, giving them a mental break or a space to relax as well. We're looking to add Wi-Fi and integrate it. We're looking to add Wi-Fi to those outdoor spaces, and then also looking to streamline. Right now, we run very parallel with technology. The classroom needs a board. He specs it out, we spec it out, we hang it, he hooks it up, and we think there's some room for efficiency to grow our collaboration now. Security. So again, very joint approach to this. We're really working together on a lot of our committees and our goals, but SEPTID is something that we talk about, and that's crime prevention through environmental design. And that's instead of us designing a new space or an addition and then Dave looking to put his security pieces in there, involve that security aspect in the design. How can we design that space to meet our security protocols ahead of time? And looking for professional development, long-term security budgeting. Again, that's our 5-year plan and his 5-year plan, of really aligning those. And then lastly, curriculum and PPS. We can utilize real-time construction projects to support the technology curriculum. We mentioned that we were doing some landscaping out front, and speaking with Dr. Baer, she mentioned she had a student that was running a landscape design company, that already worked twice with the Tree Huggers Club. So if we're doing a project, we'd really like to engage our students and involve them in that process. We think that's really rewarding for them to see their work, and if we're going to do it anyway, we want to get some curriculum support out of it. Also would like to explore working with PPS for a work readiness program. It's something that we've seen in other districts, and not only is it a great opportunity for the students and to prepare them for jobs, and we do mock interviews and similar things, but it also is really rewarding for the facility staff to remind them it really has a positive impact on the facilities culture when they really remember why we're here, and that's to support the students. And that's all. And I am going to introduce Mr. David Miller. David.
I don't know how I follow all these guys. It's really impressive. It's my pleasure to have worked for the last 19 years or so in helping to enhance security for our staff, students, parents, the community overall. We've come a long way. When we started, we had literally nothing in this district in regards to security. Today, our assets include 14 security guards, a one-button lockdown system that's connected to our video surveillance system. We partnered with the Nassau County Police Department in using the RAVE system. That gives us one-button access to dedicated 911 support. We have access control systems at every school and office in the district. We've got a security booth. We've got secure entry vestibules in each building. We utilize a anonymous reporting system called Reportit.com. This is a robust set of assets. On a human asset level, the preparedness and training that we see across the district has grown leaps and bounds, led primarily with the assistance of our BOCES representatives that work with us through buildings and grounds. We've seen the development of building and district safety teams, district-wide emergency response plans, building emergency response plans. We've seen this year the Board of Education bring back the Emergency Preparedness Committee, which met for the first time last night and began the process of outlining a direction for us to take over the next several years. This year, we put into place threat assessment teams to bring us in line with the rest of the state and the nation. We continue to work directly with the Secret Service and the National Threat Assessment Center in revising those plans and making them work for us. The district, through Ruler and other SEL programs, puts our children in places where they're able to avoid conflict and avoid having to need any of these things. The heart of any good security program is helping children to grow and avoid types of conflicts and trauma that might lead to acting out. This year, our administrators worked on tabletop exercises. We have finalized reunification plans. We continue to grow robust mental health teams working with PTS. And this year we also brought back Stop the Bleed training, which is one of those things you do that you never want to have to do. What are our next steps? The soft stuff, the free stuff, is continuing to do thorough systems review of all of our emergency procedures and systems. And that's something that we plan to do with all building principals. We do that by looking at everybody's ERP, emergency response plan, taking a real close look at what we do and how we do it. We're going to continue to work on threat assessment training for staff in the district. We'll continue to build out tabletop exercises. We want to begin to work on training safety teams. Each building has a safety team. These are teachers that are involved in helping administrators plan for the what-ifs. These safety teams could use training, and that's something that we might bring in from the outside. We want to continue to work with our security guards. We are very, very happy with the guards that we have. We work at a very high level. But training to work within a school district is something that is essential. We also want to improve the way we coordinate those guards and the way we supervise those guards. I'll come back to that in a moment. We'd like to see parent training and communication with parent groups. We did this a few years ago, and we had the opportunity to work through the HSAs and working with parents and children in the what to do if category, how to handle emergencies, how to respond, potentially even working with seniors and preparing them for going away to college. This is another place that we can work with parents. We also want to begin strengthening the liaison work we do with outside groups that work in our spectrum and rent time in our schools, like the JCC and other after-school programs. Moving forward, there are certain considerations that we need to make, plans that we need to discuss. One of the ways to do that, to chart a path for the future, is to conduct a comprehensive security audit or review. One of the things that we've been discussing prior to the Emergency Preparedness Committee meeting last night and at the Emergency Preparedness Committee last night is bringing in an outside expert that might work with us to help us to determine what some of those next steps are and then begin to work with us moving forward. We also want to then continue to build out from those recommendations. There are spaces that we see that we know will come up in those recommendations, increasing the number of security guard staff in the elementary school, the middle school, looking at door-ajar alarms, looking at access control systems. These are things that will come up. We know they will come up. Planning to bring them into the budget, figuring out how we're going to get there is something that's important. And then once we move in the direction of building out that infrastructure, we need to look at restructuring the way we work within the district to organize all of these things that we have together. And that might mean bringing in and having a full-time director of security instead of somebody working like myself on a part-time basis, and also having an event and athletic night coordinator, somebody that's here as a go-to person with all of the events that we run at night. We know that night is an issue. The building is open all the time. We know that that is something that we need to work on addressing. So these are the directions that I see us going in. We're in a very good place. We also have places that we can continue to go. It is now my pleasure to introduce Ms. Shannon Mullen, our Public Information Officer.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave. And I wanted to thank Dr. Hines and Central Office administrators, as well as all the administrators that helped collaborate on this State of the District. After I go through my first slide, we're going to switch gears a little bit, and technology is going to share. Oh, they're sharing it right now. So thank you. We use many methods of communication, and I will say that in my short time with the district, I am very proud of the work that the communication is underway, and I look forward to the work that we continue to do. In addition to the parent portal Aspen and the new EdLeo broadcast system, which has the capability to do automated calling, email, and text message system, we have the newly redesigned district website, which is on the screen right now. And the social media channels, in January, we created an Instagram page. The district never before had Instagram. And we currently have 1,300 followers. Our Facebook page, which has been around for about 4 to 5 years, has roughly 2,500 followers. So the synergy between these two mechanisms and the new district website has allowed for communication to be streamlined, keeping the community informed, keeping the community interested, and keeping the community involved. For example, just last week, we had, 2 weeks ago, we had a Fort After School virtual information session, and the way that was communicated out to the community was multiple methods, starting with a simple email communication and informing parents to save the date. I also would like to add that through the help of board members and parents council and different HSAs sharing the information, it's casting a much wider net. So I do appreciate all those efforts. The combination of creating this landing page, adding the FAQs, creating a calendar event with the Zoom link, a social media post, social media story, linking, with the direct goal of having people return back to the website where, the information is informative. And on that evening, which was October 26th, I saw a 400% increase in the traffic to our site. And my colleagues informed me that over 100, roughly 150 families were in attendance at that virtual information session. So that's just like one example of, how this all is kind of working together to back to the head home, keeping the community informed. The website itself, I wanted to kind of show the board and the community, some of the features that we've never had before. For the main part is not only the aesthetically pleasing and the user-friendly buttons and different items, it's the consistency as well. And, so it's not as if one page has more information. I'll make a correction. One school has more information than the other. The schools, uniformly have updated content, quick links, going back to translatable simplified, ADA accessible information. Prior to this redesign, some schools did not have a handbook, or some schools had a handbook that was in one language in PDF. Now we have all of the handbooks the same, so it's uniform. So if a parent has a student in the second at Weber and a student at elementary, they know where to look for these items. So they are able to navigate and find the information in a much easier way. Can't tell if it's going slow enough. Are you guys following along good? Okay, thank you. You know, the major information is front and center. It's uniform across the 7 schools. And back to the district page, we had received community feedback that there was the need for frequently asked questions about all 7 schools to have the same categories with those answers. And the schools were able to provide this information. And once again, it goes back to the school, and it is translatable. We do have 3, yes. Okay, so the news and alerts are now able to be pushed out uniformly. So if a news post is created on the district page or any subsequent schools, it's able to be pushed out to social media. So as you can see, we had an event just today in which the news post was created and it was then able to be pushed out into those outlets. One last thing I'd like to mention is registration. Student registration was also cleaned up because looking through it from a communication lens and a parent lens, it was not simplified, so we created different buttons so that parents would be able to find exactly what they needed. All right. With that, I would like to go back to the PowerPoint. For communication, where we need to be in the future, I have set a timeline for things I would like to achieve. The first would be the rollout of the Edleo School News app. We had to ensure that the content on all the sites was accurate before we did a major push for that. That also has a calendar feature that the community will be able to sync their calendar to. Alumni engagement, have had a lot of feedback to implement that, and that is definitely a goal of mine. In addition, the community will be able to subscribe to communication. So a lot of neighboring districts allow for that, maybe some grandparents in the district or whoever would like to know what's going on in the schools, and we are looking to roll that out in the near future. Thank you. Next, we have Ryan Maloney, Director of Technology.
Thank you, Ms. Lewin. So today we're going to take you through a little bit about the technology program. Last year we came around December and we had a little discussion together about where we were, what we needed. So I think this is really a continuation of that discussion. The snapshot really is just what it is described as. It really gives us a quick look at what's happening across the buildings in terms of devices like Chromebooks, laptops, Wi-Fi access points. We're up to, we hit the 500 mark just recently. Number of interactive whiteboards and displays, but then also administrative and instructional software, 172 titles across the district, as well as home-to-school communication, and Shannon shared with us about EdLeo and the adoption of that utility. But we also have other ones that we have recently implemented and have had concurrently. Then we have cloud services like Microsoft, as well as Google Education apps. This is a whole environment with management, user management, security, shared drives, access, as well as TransFinder. We heard a little bit about TransFinder, and I think it's, I guess, interesting and informative to kind of think back on all the different presentations that happened so far. And I think maybe except for athletics, we've probably leaned into technology to get a lot of those goals done on each one of those individual verticals across our district. So we take our role very seriously, and we know how we need to work in order to support all our users across the district, whether it be a teacher, an assistant superintendent, the superintendent, or nurse, and the list goes on. The current focus is taking a look at a sustainable approach to our growth. Over the pandemic, growth was almost immeasurable because it's such a slow creep and it's happening in so many corners of classrooms and departments. And so we're looking at replacement schedules. We're looking at methods to manage our network infrastructure and replacement schedules there, as well as growth, because not only do we need to maintain, but we need to have a plan to grow, because we've set that expectation in motion now with the pandemic and the one-to-one implementation and the adoption of technology in many avenues that we employ to do our jobs every day, whether, again, we be a teacher, a nurse, or an assistant superintendent. Data systems. So now we're looking at 172 different data systems or software pieces, and then about 60 to 70 software systems where we're sharing data or we're making the systems communicate with one another in one way or another. So from IT onboarding, software request processes, data protection agreement process, data systems integration points, all these things are what we're actively working on. Cybersecurity, from the successful NIST audit that happened last year, we just completed another round with the Comptroller's Office to support their efforts, upgrading workstation protection to CloudStrike and Overwatch, Envision users, which is part of our system we use, and we employ MFA for those users. And then, of course, for security, geofencing, firewalls, for both geofencing, for our firewalls, but also for our email, our content filtering, and other DPFS controls, which allow us to know every file extension that opens on our network and to know whether or not that's an extension that we fully support. The last slide, the visual there, is really to show the layering from starting from the outside, the cloud, showing our interactions with the cloud, or the internet as we used to call it. Then the cybersecurity layer, that layer of protection around all our devices. And then inside the devices are people, our users. And then, of course, the physical facilities. So that would represent everything from the building management system that Brian spoke about, as well as door access, but also the network infrastructure for the Wi-Fi access points and the computer network that our computers physically plug into. Again, predicting the future, I think we can say it's more of the same, it's growth, because of the pandemic really opened that up for us. The one-to-one really changed the game. It changed instruction. It changed our ability to interface with one another, home-to-school communication, as well as remote learning. All these different things became opportunities that are leveraged in one way, shape, or form, whether they be supported through practice or policy. We need to continue to understand the growth that's happening in every classroom through the adoption of software at the superintendent, assistant, central office level, assistant superintendents, and the utilization of utilities, software, the aggregation of data. We're just beginning, and we're looking forward to meeting with everyone, working with central office and going through the budget process. One of the things that we had talked about last year, and I want to continue to talk about beyond the replacement schedules, is the role of the new position for an assistant director for instructional technology, which hopefully even more than last year, we can see how and why it's necessary. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Feeney to share with us.
Good evening. I'm back to speak a little more detail about our panorama survey. As I mentioned earlier, this is a survey that was put out to the community in response to the board, as well as the superintendent's request to do such a thing. Panorama, we call it the Panorama survey because Panorama is the company that we use to give us the survey questions, all of which have been measured as reliable and valid as an instrument. We decided to give these surveys to the following stakeholders: families, students, based in grades 3 through 5 and 6 through 12. Those two groups received slightly different surveys, as well as staff, differentiating slightly between instructional and non-instructional staff. These are the people these are the groups, the stakeholders that were surveyed. Families, district-wide. We had responses from approximately 927 families, which represents roughly 23%, at most 23% of the families. I'll talk a little more about that. Students, about 85% of our students, and about 87% of the staff. These are the different survey modules underneath. Panorama has upwards of 20 different modules. All are self-contained. You can take a module and each module contains a series of questions related to that construct, and it's all valid, reliable, so you can pick and choose the modules we selected last year. These are the different modules. You can see the one module that was common across the three groups. The school climate was measured. You see the common school safety for families and students. You see grit for staff as well as students. So those were the different modules. Each module is connected to anywhere from 6 to perhaps 8 or 10 questions that students will respond to. The surveys for the students, anywhere from 8 to 12 minutes to complete. The survey, this is really important. Panorama is a large company. They are able to provide national benchmarks on their survey responses. These compare the results to a national database of over 3,000 schools and 2 million students, family members, teachers, and staff members across a wide range of demographic, geographic, and areas and achievement levels as well. They code the survey responses in these different quintiles: red to green. Typically, the uppermost quintiles, those top 3 ones, will give you green responses. The red ones are for the bottom 2 quintiles. So these are the student survey results. This number down in the middle for both here, this is the national norm, right? So these are student survey results national norm right here. So this is telling us for grit, 59% was the positive response result to the survey, which puts us in the middle quintile. So about average. Our 59% was about average. The next one for, I believe that's school engagement or student engagement, 71% put us in the top quintile. 65% placed us in the middle quintile. This positive response rate of 76%, that's second highest quintile. Positive response rate of 72%, top quintile, 75%. So you can't think of this as test scores where 75 might put you in the middle. Sometimes it's 75% when compared to all the other schools across the country, might put you in the top. Sometimes it could even put you low down. So the responses on the left, this represents our elementary level survey responses. This is the secondary level survey responses, grades 6 through 12. And you see the difference, right? 59% with the elementary one put us in the middle quintile, 56% second lowest one. Clearly, you see, striking just by the colors in terms of where some of our work might need to be done in terms of addressing some of the concerns expressed by the survey. Those are the student results. Teacher results, this is across the district. Teacher results, here we have an example of a 71% national norm. And that put us in the second lowest quintile. For educating all students, 32%, which seems, well, certainly is a lot lower than 71%, landed us in the same quintile. These are all nationally normed. Just, I say it over and over again, it's just important to remember that. So we put the percentages there just as a reference, but it's always important to see where that fits in with the data from other schools. We have a 42% that puts us at the same level as a 60% down here, depending on the result. Staff survey results. These are the non-instructional staff, and those are the response rates. You have a 52% for resources, which placed us in the second highest quintile. So it's important to look at these results in context. Family survey results. This is just an example of how these results are placed against the national responses, both in time as well. So you look at that, what stands out, that's 16%. So we only had a 16% favorable response rate for family engagement, yet that lands us not right at the very bottom, but in the second lowest quintile. These are during COVID years. There was not a lot of family engagement going on at all, and that was really challenging. Family survey results are not very positive right now. So I mentioned that the staff and the students, we know those are all anonymous surveys, and we know not necessarily connecting responses to teachers or students. We don't know that, but we know if a teacher or student responded to the survey, and we could send reminders, so on and so forth, because those are connected to our student information system. With the family surveys, we do not know which families necessarily responded. Those were links that were either distributed to the families or put up on social media or the website. We're working in these next iterations of the survey on trying to make that family one connected to the email addresses. So we're going to be running some tests over the next week or so we can get a sense of who's got a valid email address, who's got a problem email address, so we can adjust that. And that allows us to know that we're emailing the survey to our families, and it's not posted on the website for anyone to come in and just respond to. And I think that will help a little bit. So the takeaways, you're seeing district-wide results. Clearly, the beautiful thing about these survey results, you can dig down and spend hours and hours and hours. You can go by any demographic, socioeconomic, any factor you might be interested in. We have all the breakdowns, by buildings, so on and so forth. But this really is a district-wide issue. and it's a district-wide concern. And the emphasis has been we are a K-12 system, and we've got to address these problems that might pop up in the survey. And clearly there are some, right? We're putting it out there. And, we're not hiding any of the unfavorable responses because this becomes our baseline now. We are looking to improve, and we've got action plans in place. So this is a K-12 survey, and we're working together as an administrative team. These results have been presented to all the faculty. These results have been presented to the board, to the administrative team, and our job now is to focus on the one thing that connects all this is relationships, and we're really focusing on what we can do to improve relationships across the board, relationships with students, with families, relationships among teachers, among teachers, administrators, so on and so forth. That's a focus of our initial initiatives. We will be doing additional surveys. I already had a call this morning with Panorama to talk about the next survey, and we'll address some of the concerns I expressed, and we hope to have that by January after. To finish up, pass it back to Dr. Hines.
Just another half hour. I'm just kidding. Thank you for listening. And I mean this for the audience who's physically here and those who are watching via live stream. I know it's a lot of information. A school district that learns and evolves, that focuses on continuous improvement, is clearly our school district. And our district, as you can see, is incredibly complex, but it's also an integrated system. So the question becomes, how do you, who are part of this system, align all these moving parts to make sure we achieve our desired results and certainly the outcomes that we want over time, whether it's right now or whether it's in a few years. And I view the superintendency, at least for right now, as a district's orchestra conductor of all these moving parts to create a symphony in the end. That is the desired goal. And as you can see, I want to thank my colleagues who have done, I think, a tremendous job outlining. And we're only scratching the surface as far as what you have seen as far as what makes our school system really function, focusing on our students. So let me just very briefly, so we're all speaking the same common language and we have a common understanding of what a strategic plan is. A strategic plan really does formalize our district's vision, our mission, our goals, and our objectives. That's really it in a nutshell. And with our particular plan, again, which I spoke about for the first time really last year, it has multiple components. It really has 4 components. One, it really focuses on curriculum and how that supports the vision and the mission. The second, as we've learned about, focuses on facilities and operations. And how do we address facilities and operations to address the changing culture and the climate that we have within our district. The third really focuses on the work regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. Again, this is nothing new, but that's one of the other components. And then finally, it's about strengthening the communication between and with our students, our staff, and our community. So I think we've had a couple of touchstone moments here where you can see in real time how we've addressed many of those components. But within this plan also as well, you will find that we will drill a little bit deeper to focus on some of the targeted goals that lie within those particular components that I spoke about. And I'm just going to scratch the surface as far as what some of those targeted goals are. And within each goal, you'll notice that we'll have an action step, the evidence of success, and then how do we evaluate what's happening. So again, I just want to make sure we're all speaking the same language as we move forward and to have a very, very simple understanding of how everything aligns, because it really is about alignment in order for something to function the way that it should. I'll go back to the beginning of the presentation 4 hours ago. We started with our Board of Education goals. We started with my priorities as a superintendent. I spoke about our assistant superintendents with their goals. That all aligns with our strategic plan. That strategic plan, in turn, should align with our portrait of the graduate. When we talk about contributing to the portrait of a graduate, again, you can look at it from a different perspective, which is, again, saying the same thing I just said before, but it's showing this from 30,000 feet. So how does the board support everything that's taking place? How do I support it? How does our district office support it? And then where does this strategic plan come into play to make sure all of our kids, every single one, whether they're in our district or outside of our school district, get what they need and deserve? And this is where the outcomes come into play. As I said before, you'll notice to the left, in very light colors, we have the 4 different components: curriculum, facilities and operations, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and then communications. Where you'll notice to the right, if you're sitting in the back, you definitely cannot see that. I'll briefly talk about what we're focusing on as far as those targeted goals, and we have 4, like I said before. Increasing graduation rates for all our subgroups. We're looking at, from the facilities and operations, we've had Mr. Graham and Mr. Maloney speak about how do we create those outdoor spaces for our students to learn? How do we have Wi-Fi so they can use our technology that's available within those outdoor spaces, if we even need to do that? One of the things from a diversity, equity, and inclusion standpoint, one of the things we have to focus on is our code of conduct. So what does that review look like? And if we have to revise anything, what does that entail? And then finally, again, focusing on onboarding our families so they have all the information they need for all of our schools. So here are some of the outcomes related to component 1, which is curriculum. You'll notice to the left, these are the focused areas that we will complete or we are looking to complete by the end of this year. Some of them may take more than 1 year. But you'll see, if we start with the first bullet, ICT classroom review, this is the goal of Dr. Allen's clearly, and we're looking to have that targeted completion as far as what their review looks like before the budget cycle is completed. And I can go all the way down, these bullets here. But to the left, to the right, that's that posted that is yellow, that really stands out. It's important for the board and the community to understand there is alignment within these outcomes. And you'll notice that, it aligns with the portrait of a graduate, which is medallion number 7. You'll notice that it's Board of Education goal number 1, so on and so forth. So it's important that we are looking at things in isolation, but you're also looking at alignment, how everything is integrated together. And that's important to understand. I'm not going to read through each one, but you'll notice that there is someone who is responsible for that particular outcome, and when we're looking to project to either complete it and or at least report out as to how it's taking place. Now, when we start digging deeper into the targeted goal, which is increasing graduation rates for all subgroups or within all subgroups, you'll notice that the action steps to the left, the evidence that we're looking to create within those action steps, and then how we plan on evaluating them. Again, I'm not going to read the fine print, but we will have this presentation, by the way. We'll have that up for the community for them to review. Hopefully by, it's up already, even better. So it's already up for the community to review, which is great news. When we look at strategic plan, again, for outcomes related to component number 2, which is facilities and operations, we'll continue to modernize the budget, and Ms. O'Hara has already started that, as I said before. Continue to advocate for state aid. Long-term facilities plan and assessment, Mr. Graham already more than intimated that that's something he's looking to start and complete. And we're looking at an update by the end of this school year in June. And then to look at a facilities, buildings, and ground survey. And again, looking to have that at least begin that process, excuse me, in May or the spring of this upcoming year. And again, you look to the right, you'll see where these outcomes, they align with all these different areas that I shared before. When we look at the targeted goal for Wi-Fi access, again, to look at outdoor instructional space, you look at some of the action steps. Clearly, we need to speak to our students to see what their thoughts are, our administrators and our teachers. We have to estimate what those costs are so we can share that and make that part of the budget process. and then look at the evidence to make sure that it's actually happening and we're utilizing that space, and then again to evaluate whether it's functioning well and what we can do to upgrade that outdoor space. Moving on to outcome number 3, to component 3, you'll notice multiple outcomes. And again, a lot of these are overlapping as well, so you may notice some things that overlap. Clearly, graduation rates is one of them, as we focus on disproportionality as far as how some of our subgroups need to clearly, we need to make sure those percentages are higher, especially with our E&L population and our students with disabilities. As I said before, code of conduct review and revision, there's a lot of moving parts to that. That is not something that happens within a half hour. That's something that is incredibly comprehensive. We'll have a lot of different hands on deck, but again, that's something that the DEI work that we're focused on. We'll look to begin that process sometime in the spring. We are with our lead learner committees, and we have some other committees as well that Dr. Pernick is spearheading with this work. It's continuous professional development, so that's ongoing throughout the year. And then again, we're in year 1 of the strategic plan. We need to really see how we're doing at the end of the year to make sure that we are on target as far as completion for year 1. And if we need to upgrade and or augment or shift anything, we can certainly do that. And again, to the right, you'll see where these outcomes are aligned within all the different areas that I mentioned before. And again, you take a deeper dive into this particular component. We're looking at action steps, evidence, and evaluation. This is all an important part of the process of making sure that myself and others are staying on task so we can focus on these things. But again, I just want to be very clear with the code of conduct. This is something that there's a lot of different edges to this, and it's going to take some time. Finally, we look at outcomes related to component 4. A lot of these Ms. Bowen has really already accomplished, believe it or not, which is remarkable. She certainly led us through some exercises to see not only how our website is now in the 21st century, which is great news, but we'll continue to increase our social media presence to make sure that our parents, community members have a window to look through to see what we're doing, all the amazing things we're doing within our school district, from the classrooms to athletics to our music and art and everything else that our students are experiencing. The onboarding process, again, it's not something that's a one and done. We just, we did some FAQs and that's it. That's something we will continue to upgrade and to think of other ways to make sure parents feel connected and up to date as far as what we're doing. And then, of course, strengthening outreach and support to our E&L families. That's something that's ongoing as well. Again, you'll see where these are all aligned. Before I end, slide 60, this is number 60. Again, I want to thank all of our administrators who not only assisted in articulating what their thoughts were regarding their department or domain. I want to thank the Board of Education for really supporting all of this work. There's a lot to be proud of. There's a lot to do. But as you can tell, we're very excited to move forward. And at this time, we will answer any questions that you may have. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hines and all of the administrators who participated in that definitely longer than 45-minute, as promised, presentation. Yeah, but excellent, really thorough.
An outstanding one.
Really thorough. So we're going to first go to questions from board trustees, and then we're going to have, right after this, we have community comments. So Dr. Block, we'll start over there and we'll work our way across.
Sorry, for the record, I don't know if people, if the district clerk noticed that Dr. Block came in almost at the beginning of the presentation. I don't know what time it was.
Almost at the beginning.
Okay. He's noted? Okay, good.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All
So, anyway, trustees, if you can just, let's just try to limit, it just in the interest of time, let's try to limit our live questions to something reasonable, and we can always email them after that.
I'd rather come back to me. Can we start with,
Okay, let's
Yeah.
start with, how do you want to start on that side? This side doesn't seem to want to start. Yeah, Ms. Malconian, we'll start with you.
Thank you, everyone. That was a lot of information. And I have some questions. I hope I don't ask people to come up and, I have some questions and some comments. Mr. Schratweiser, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for keeping our kids on campus.
Oh, yes, for sure.
The quality of their lives and the cost savings are immeasurable. That is very exciting news. So I thank you a lot for that. My children will not benefit, but it's still good. I have a question. You mentioned injuries, and you said that they were very high, but I wasn't sure if you meant high for us, high comparative to other districts.
No, high for us compared to previous seasons of data that we looked at.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that.
I think injuries across the board in high school athletics is higher the last few years, looking at coming out of the pandemic. But when we look at our data, and then we broke down who is in our athletic training room on a daily basis, we see a spike this fall.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you for that. And I really look forward to where we can be heading with the unified sports. That sounds like a really wonderful initiative, and I would like to know a lot more about that.
There's two great programs in Nassau County right now. So there's Unified Athletics is run, it's basically a varsity sport with students that maybe don't participate on the varsity basketball team, partnering with students with disabilities to face, again, off against other school districts. In actual games, they play a full schedule, they have practices and coaches. I'd love to get to that point. There's a less formal league known as the Challenger League, where we can kind of opt into a lower number of contests against other school districts still and hold events. I think that's where we start, and I'd love to get this going in the next school year. I think it would be incredible for those students and their families.
That sounds amazing. So I look forward to where you take that. I think that was all for you. I'm going to move on to someone else. Shannon, I have a question for you. Well, first of all, thank you for, the website looks amazing. And the translation and all of just its layout and its easy to use. And will you please, for both myself and maybe for the public, what does it mean to be ADA compliant?
So it is the American Disabilities Act. So our prior website, if we were to run an ADA compatibility test on it, there was a lot of red flags. Something as simple as it not being translatable, not having alternate text for images, the color schemes, lots of these things. What Edleo has on their platform is a built-in ADA compliance checker. So I get an orange warning symbol if I'm posting something that is not in compliance. Usually one of the things that I just mentioned, like forgetting the alternate text. So it physically will not allow me to post something.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So again, thank you for all the work on the website. It was really, really needed, and having the ADA compliance in the translation, I'm very excited to see, as well as updated content, which we absolutely needed across the entire district. So I think more is coming, right? We're not fully up yet in all the spaces that we need to be.
Correct.
Okay. And will speak on the side because I know someone that very much wants to help you with alumni engagement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
First of all and foremost, I just want to thank everyone. We have, as Dr. Hines said, many new staff. And what I saw this evening was people that joined our team just in July, last January, and have hit the ground running. And have really not only hit the ground running, but have started to work together and collaborate. I appreciated the integration of every slide, from athletics to facilities to curricular, and showing that we are not operating in silos, but rather that we are really trying to integrate together. It looks like we will start to form some processes, and I do appreciate how well everyone appears to be working together. I think that's something that we really haven't had in a long time, and for such a new group to do it, I cannot stress enough how impressive that is, and I applaud you for it. So thank you for that. In addition to that, I'd just also like to say congratulations, Mr. Schratweiser, on all of the athletics, and to all of our coaches, to all of our students. We have had yet another banner year, as you outlined. We don't always say thank you to those athletes and acknowledge them, so I know the Board of Education is honored to have that presentation where you do showcase them, and we really do appreciate it. So thank you for that. While I do have very specific questions, I know that we've been here for quite some time, so I'm really going to focus my questions on the Board of Education role. And the Board of Education, for the first time, has been publicly discussing Dr. Hines's priorities as of this year. And these priorities are laid out differently than last year's or any other time. So I think we as a Board of Education should really be discussing and making sure that we are in agreement with the priorities that have been chosen, and that these align. We see they align with our board goals, but some of them are different and new in comparison to the strategic plan that was laid out last year. Some of them are old and need to continue. And some of them, I just want to have a discussion from the board perspective of my colleagues to make sure that we are in agreement with these, because if we are, then I think we're giving you the approval, and then we know what we're looking at for moving forward, and then all of these other pieces fall into place. So that would be my request for this discussion tonight, if we can somehow build that in. I will highlight that in the priorities, while mental health is under social emotional is stressed, when we get to the discussion of components, I don't see mental health highlighted, and I know that it is at the forefront of many minds. It's been on at many community coffees with Dr. Hines. It's in every paper we see. It's in every patient week. The NISBA convention offered all of this information about it, so I don't know if that means that because it wasn't listed in the components, which I know were just an example, you didn't dive deeply. I'd like to know if we're going to highlight them. And lastly, as part of this discussion, I know last year we had one big document that was a strategic plan that outlined that 5-year track. I would like, if the board agrees, I would like a discussion whereby we have some sort of document that does codify that 5-year track, and I understand it's living and that it does get modified, but so that we see all of these components, all of these changes, and all of these priorities outlined, because I think that will only help us and your team continue this integration and collaboration. I know from a budgetary standpoint, it will give us a roadmap to follow as Ms. O'Hara is putting forth her 5-year plan, and that way we just see we're on the same path. So with that, that's my request of the Board of Education this evening, if that's all right, and I will withhold all of my other questions regarding the specific organization or positions.
By the way, Julie, I agree with you completely that that is how we should wrap up this conversation tonight. Dr. Hines, there's actually one more document that I thought I saw either in a packet or somewhere else where you had all of these components. Kind of, yeah, there it is. Exactly. Where was that passed out tonight? Because I think that's what we need to look at to tie it all together.
Oh, can I just also add that on the document that we have for the state of the district, item number 9 in superintendent priorities, which deals with data protection oversight, is absent. So when we are having our discussion about it, we should make sure that we include that as one of the priorities as well. If that is still one of your priorities, Dr. Hines, okay.
Actually, Adam, can I just chime in for a second?
Emily's gonna.
I just want to just say that I agree with what Julie said with regards to what the conversation we had and the types of questions that we're asking. And I think, again, the role that we as a board have is really how do we support the initiatives. I did hear tonight, and I am, by the way, I echo Julie's sentiments about the way I saw everyone working together, and all the new staff members that have joined us have made a very big difference in our school district. So I do thank you. But what I heard in this presentation this evening is board goals, superintendent priorities, district goals. I heard about a strategic plan. I know we're looking now for this alignment information. And so I heard a lot of things and a lot of work being done. And I am not, and when I started to actually write things down, a lot of the questions that I have are budgetary, because I heard from our curricular department, there was a discussion about SEL and there was talking about ruler, but to Ms. Epstein's point, what else are we doing with regards to the social and emotional learning, and what other initiatives are we starting? We talked about curricular offerings. We talked about increasing graduation rates. What does that mean? What does it take to do that? Are there, again, all my questions are going to be budgetary for us as a Board of Education. I heard from our PPS department, and I heard that we're looking at a transition coordinator. I also saw from the presentation that we have in-house staff members that are dealing with behavioral issues or psychological issues or speech therapy, occupational therapy. But I also know that as a Board of Education, we are, every board meeting, we're doing it at this board meeting, approving contractors with contracts with outside vendors that also perform the same services. So I say, is that the most cost-effective way? And even better, is that the best way to serve them? And I don't know, because I ask, is that something that we should be looking at as a whole, the entire department as a whole, and looking at the services that we provide? How do we do them better? Our athletics director, the presentation, he showed us his savings, and then he gave us cha-ching, 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 which are great ideas. So the question that I have for our athletics is that something that the board is going to be supporting? The question that I have for is, are there any grants that we could be going for that we could use perhaps for the upgrade up on our facilities? So instead of, because I think we all would agree that these are all very necessary upgrades in our facilities, but is there a better way to fund them other than just with the taxpayers? We talked about a security audit. That means, again, we're getting an outside consultant. That outside consultant is a cost. That outside consultant theoretically is going to come back with suggestions for spending changes. We talked about we heard about a potential restructure of the security department and having a full-time coordinator, having a nighttime coordinator. We talked about our buildings and grounds and having a building and grounds survey, which of course we know is going to come up with the needs, different needs. I know that we didn't discuss tonight, but we have a playground committee at play, and that playground committee has been meeting and assessing our playgrounds, and we've talked about playgrounds being something that we need to perhaps put money in as a Board of Education. We heard from our technology director, who also talked about a full-time assistant director. talked about the curricular work that needs to get done. We heard about Wi-Fi being done outdoors. So it's that, to me, what I heard this evening was a lot of needs from each of our departments and from the fresh set of eyes that we've gotten from all of our department heads. And so I think for us as a Board of Education, we need to start really digging up our sleeves and coming up with what is the best way for us to build a budget that can serve some of these needs. How, I guess I'm going to ask Dr. Hines, ultimately, obviously, to tell us what the priorities are for this year, what the 5-year plan, and how they do fit into the strategic plan. And I know you tried to do that tonight, Dr. Hines, but I feel like we had a lot of information this evening, and to me, it ultimately comes down to the dollar signs. So that's my.
Adam, is this a budget? Are we supposed to be talking about budget in this evening? I'm a little
No, but I
confused.
think Emily's point is a valid one. Emily did what Emily often astutely does, which is she jumped ahead, and I think what we saw tonight was what all of these new administrators have, with fresh eyes on our district, have seen all of what I think are very obvious places where we can spend money. And our job as a Board of Education is going to be over the next, or not, whoever's on the Board of Education over the next, 3, 5, 7 years will be to figure out how and what gets paid for when. And that's the challenge, because obviously we won't be able to grant all of these wishes this year. But I think tonight we got a preview of, we heard what the state of the district is, and included in that was a preview of what we will be asked for, in the near future. Is that fair to say, Dr. Hines?
Yeah, so let me start with the charge of, I probably shouldn't use the word charge. The push to focus on not only what's taking place right now, and so clearly each area gave an update as far as what's happening, and clearly we're doing very well. The strive for us to be excellent in every way comes with a price tag. But the price tag isn't for the 23-24 school year budget. This is something we would have to prioritize, I think, as Emily said, and Julie and others, and to really look at what we can actually focus on from a budgetary standpoint. Some of them may be capital improvements that we may want to consider, because now we have that reserve. Some of them may come, as far as the funding source, may come from a potential grant, whether it's in New York State and or a federal grant. But the bottom line is, right now, is that you got to see what many of our new administrators are saying. This is what we will need. Doesn't mean that's going to happen yesterday. I will say, though, there are some things that are a high priority that may come with an extensive price tag. Because when it comes to student safety, not to put Nick on the spot, but one of the things we talked about ad nauseum over the past few months is the tennis courts and the condition that they're in. And at some point, we will need to make a decision. I'll make a recommendation. Do we continue to put Bondo on the San Andreas fault line that's on the tennis court, plural, or do we actually look at it and look at it as far as what we can do to really upgrade it and be efficient with that? So we have some ideas, but the purpose of this meeting, because it was a lot of information, and we knew that going in, was to at least give you some insight as far as what we're thinking longitudinally, not just next year. That was the purpose of it.
Was that it? Okay. You're up.
I'm going to be quick, actually. I'm just going to thank everybody for the very, very, very comprehensive update, especially given that we basically crammed the entire district into that hour. That makes it seem fast. And I'm going to hold the questions because I don't want to give into the temptation of making this into more than it was intended to be, which I think was an overview and a taste. And I'm assuming that we're getting a lot more detail and nitty-gritty information as we get into the budget process on decisions that we need to make at each of these points. So thank you for the overview. And I definitely would urge the public to go ahead and speak during public comment and email us also if people are watching and they have questions or comments at this point in the process as opposed to further down the line.
Dr. Block?
Sure. I just have one question. I believe it's for, first I want to say thank you. It was a really excellent presentation, and I really want to echo Julie's point, which is that it, you know, I really like the way that you could just feel that the way the teams were flowing together, and that it was, you know, not a siloed group, but one group working for the entire good of the school community. But my question is pretty narrow, which is related to the curriculum map. So Dr. Feeney talked about one of the goals for this year is to finish up curriculum mapping. And so I guess my question is, I like the idea of curriculum maps, but what happens after the curriculums have been mapped?
Part of what I would like to do with curriculum mapping is similar to what we've tried to do with the panorama survey as well as the portrait of a graduate. Almost take a step back, help everyone understand why we're doing it, how it's connected, so that everyone can be better informed moving forward, making decisions. So for the curriculum mapping, we have a lot of maps that are sort of in place at a very fundamental level. There's still more work to be done on those, but we have a lot of areas that are missing maps as well. The curriculum mapping allows, as standards change, as new teachers come in, as substitutes come in, long-term substitutes, you've got a place right now where people can come in and see where you are, where you need to do. It serves as a roadmap for the curriculum. It also helps make connections between different subject areas. It helps teachers collaborate. So that's part of the broader overview. I've reached out to some people. I think what we need to do at our district level is to have sort of this broad step back. Here's how it can help everybody. Here's what, and that can serve as a, I think, impetus for folks to focus on the remaining push for curriculum mapping.
Okay, so let me just add to that, because I think that's I'm happy to hear that. When I think about it as that the curriculum maps are something that we are aiming to teach to our students, and then the subsequent next step would be to perform a gap analysis, which is, are we teaching our students this stuff that we are aiming to teach them, and then identify areas where we can potentially fill those gaps. I just wanted to get a sense of if that is in line with what you're thinking about, or how we intend to make sure that the curriculums that we've mapped are actually being distributed to all the students.
So I think your description of the curriculum mapping would be an accurate one in terms of serving as a roadmap for what we should be doing and how we should be approaching the standards. What you talk about in terms of a gap analysis, that was part of our discussion in Friday's meeting for the Board of Ed Curriculum Committee. And a key part of doing that gap analysis really is facility of use of the instructional data warehouse by Nassau BOCES. Also earlier today, I was spoke with the director of that, who's coming up to see me tomorrow, but we're going to arrange for some training where we don't go there. They come to us to train our first administrative team so we can do some turnkey training on the remaining staff members. So building that capacity to look at and use the instructional data warehouse with the incredible tools that are there would really allow us to do exactly what you've asked for, sort of where are the gaps, what's missing, let's do a wrong answer analysis. There's some wonderful stuff, but we have to build the capacity. I can't promise that's going to happen next week, but I do anticipate the initial training to take place by early December.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Feeney.
Ms. Brooks?
Thank you to everybody who presented, and I don't want to sound cliche, but I'll join the chorus. In a very short amount of time, everybody seems to have come together not only in a cooperative way, but in an extremely competent way. And it's very important to make sure that this district is firing on all cylinders. And we have not only the North Star where we want our students to go, but that there is real guidance at the helm, and the people who are staffing are in alignment with each other and with that forward-moving motion. And that's essential for the kids to be able to thrive and do well here. So I appreciate that. So many of my questions have already been asked and answered, but there was one thing that I wanted to ask, and it's about the panorama survey. So maybe Dr. Feeney, I guess, you would answer this. Because when I first saw these results, I said, okay, we have a lot of work to do in some of these areas. There's clearly a lot of unease in the district in some of these areas. And so in one of the slides, you wrote the survey results have been reviewed by all staff members across the district. Strategies for addressing some of the concerns highlighted have been outlined. Are you able to share at this time what some of those strategies are that will be used to address the concerns, whether they were from the staff, the parents, or the students?
So the strategies certainly have been discussed within each building, and some of them are unique to the buildings, but they've been shared across the district. Our focus has been on relationships. So some of the strategies would really focus on what can we do to improve those relationships, whether it is, something as simple as greeting students consistently, regularly outside the classroom, outside the building, whatever it might be. So that's really kind of low-hanging fruit, but it sets a very positive tone and a very positive message for those, youngsters who are coming into our buildings. Some of the other strategies, speak to collaboration and, the opportunity to work with each other within departments, across departments. So those are some of the strategies that, I've seen in reviewing some of the plans that have been put forth by the district. I do want to say one additional thing about the panorama survey that I didn't say up there. I know it looks all gloom and doom in some areas. It's really important, and this is a caveat. So, panorama, those green results, those positive results, what was determined as positive results, if you're on a 5-point Likert scale, typically those top 5, for 1 through 5, 5 being the best, 1 being the lowest, 5 and 4 is being considered the only positive responses. Most people would consider a response of 3 kind of neutral, and neither harming nor helping. That's not counting for a positive result. So we had some survey responses, I recall, and I've mentioned this anecdotally with, students help my learning. And, answer would be 5, very much so, somewhat so, they neither help nor hurt, they hurt a lot, right? So, for a lot of teachers, especially a period 9 class, right, you hit most kids on that middle one, they neither help nor hurt, that's a win. But for panorama, it's not. They really want positive results all the way. So you may only get, even though the plurality might be that middle one, that none of those get factored into the favorable. That's why it's important to dig deep, just as when I mentioned over and over about the national norms and putting our responses in context with the national norms, sometimes digging a little deeper into the data. It's not to say, oh, we don't have to worry about that, but just say, okay, we don't need to panic, but there are certainly some things we need to do. And even if we have a very favorable result, 75% lands us in the top quintile, what's happening with that missing 25%? So there's work to be done both on the high end and the lower end of those surveys, which is the value of giving it again. So when was the survey given? At the end of last year. Anybody remember what May of last year felt like for everybody? Right. So that's a reminder as well. So we're in a different time and a different place and hopefully a different energy, and we'll see more growth.
I appreciate the fact that you are going to figure out a way to reach out to more parents and at least get that up to our 80 some odd percentile so that we can have a contest with the staff and the students.
Right. Panorama said our 23%, by the way, approximate result was pretty typical. They were very impressed with our student and staff responses. The family, they're like, yeah, that's about where we are. We'll do better though.
Thank you. And as regards to the rest, I'll wait for budget season because I see the wish list and I was already starting to say, oh my gosh. Yeah.
Great. Great. So I guess the disadvantage of being last is that pretty much all of my comments and questions were taken. But I do really want to echo what everyone before me said, which is this was really a wonderful presentation. It was really refreshing to see, especially with generally how new the crew is that put this together. So I really want to thank and congratulate all of you for working on this and putting it together. It really was very thorough and thoughtful and well aligned with what we've all been working on for the last year or so. I do have one question. Dr. Feeney, sorry to keep picking on you. On one of your slides, you had, I think, your 4 immediate priorities and your 4 longer-term priorities. And I believe one of the longer-term priorities was curricular offerings, was what it said. Could you elaborate a little bit on what you're thinking about there and what that looks like?
So I sort of indicated that on 2 slides afterwards, the bullet point being sort of this ongoing initiative to provide a more consistent curricular offerings across our schools. So, you know, what is offered in one school doesn't look different than what might be offered in another. It's that curricular consistency.
So it's not not an expansion of the curricular offerings so much as a alignment and consistency.
Right. Listen, I think, and I've used these terms, we have pockets of excellence in our district, and you know, what I'd like to get in place is a system of excellence where, you know, some of these great intervention strategies we're using, some of the great support materials we use, some of the wonderful resources and instructional strategies we're using are consistent across all of our buildings.
Great, thank you for the clarification. So I actually want to address...
Adam, I don't know if I'm sorry, because I think Julie had asked the question. I don't know, did we answer your question, Julie?
So I want to get back to Julie's question. And first of all, did all of the trustees see in the packet last week, there was a document called 2022-2023 Strategic Plan Components and Alignment. So, and I just resent it to everybody, so if you have your device in front of you, you can pull it up. So if you look at that document, it's broken into components, and those components are the strategic plan that we saw. Can I finish? And then, yeah. So those components are essentially taken, as Dr. Hines explained it to me, straight from the strategic plan from last year. What was done differently this year, really after various requests from, I think Dr. Hines felt this from various requests from the board, was that we align this with all of these different pieces, because we kept asking at the past meetings for alignment. So we took, not we, he and the administration, collectively we, took the portrait of a graduate, the BOE goals, the superintendent goals, and the assistant superintendent goals, which is a new framework that we haven't seen until this year, and aligned it to all of the desires from the strategic plan of the past. So I personally think that, you know, while there's a new format, and particularly what's very new is at the bottom of the components, it shows the action steps, the evidence, and the evaluation, which I think we can use later this year when we have to do our evaluation, our superintendent's evaluation, and our evaluation of how all of these programs are actually working. I actually think it's a pretty good framework. Maybe it can be summarized into like a one-page Excel as well that we can look at. So generally speaking, this is the document that ties together, and I think leads us to the discussion that you're requesting, that I think we all want to have, which is, do we agree with these goals that are set forward, and do we want to continue with this? I think it's very much in line with the strategic plan from last year. So I'll give my 2 cents on that first, and we can open up that conversation, if this is how everybody wants to proceed. Again, we can start at this end, Adam, and go this way.
Sure. Just re-reviewing this document, I think this is the right document to use as a strategic plan. I mean, I always envision strategic plans as, the good ones, the bad ones are a lot of flowery language, and, talking about how the strength is in our, I won't go into it, but I think that this other document is a list of, is essentially a checklist of things that we're going to do, and then at the end of the year, we check and make sure that we did them, and that's what I like to see, because it just holds ourselves accountable.
And are you conceptually, or not really conceptually, are you in agreement with the content?
Yeah, not just the, yes, yes.
Ms. Bays?
I'm actually looking at I think what Dr. Hines did is he incorporated part of that presentation into this presentation that we saw this evening. It's in the strategic plan update, right? So I think when you're comparing the document that for instance, where we go to this slide where Dr. Hines did this component 1 curricular-based changes, it's there. It's I don't know what it does. And then you go to targeted goals. I think what you're seeing is that in tonight's presentation, he only took one of an example of
For the
what
state
one
of the district
correct.
piece of it.
No, right
Yeah.
here. The presentation we just had tonight.
That's
right.
the state of the district.
So
right.
yeah. So I think the overall question that I think that what we're asking is, are the targeted goals that are their superintendent's priorities? Are we as a Board of Education supporting the superintendent's priorities, which then thereby set the standards for the district goals and each of the assistant, superintendent, right? So the answer to the question from me
with the caveat is make sure you're looking at the full document.
I saw the full document. Yeah. So the answer to that's your question. My answer is yes. I support that.
Sure.
Yes.
Great. I'm also in agreement. Ms. Gilliard?
Yes, with the only additional piece of information that I think it's helpful for us to see it also in the context of the larger picture of what we've seen before, where it's broken down year by year and what we've changed and what is staying the same, so that we can see it in the context of a plan that we've been moving through at some point, but otherwise, yes.
Is that true?
I'm also a yes, with the same caveat as Ms. Gilliard, because I actually did do the crosswalk, and some of the things from our strategic plan are not in the alignment document, or there are new things in the alignment document that aren't in the superintendent priorities that don't end up in the targeted goals. So I would just make sure again that we know everything that we're doing, like we're very clear on it. And I think again, one document that outlines all of this and incorporates, I do appreciate the action steps, evidence, and evaluation, but I think again, that overall large roadmap that includes everything. I mean, we don't even have CTE on here. And CTE was one of our goals and budgetary items last year. But we do have Twilight, so I appreciate
CT
that.
is on there.
It's not in this document, in the alignment document. In the alignment document, it's not.
It is. It's the third outcome in component 1.
Third outcome under targeted goals.
Yeah, if you look at component 1 on page 9.
So if I see what you're seeing that. But then when you go to the action with the steps, the evidence, and the evaluation, it's not in that part. So.
If I can just clarify. First of all, this is all new to everybody. This district has had nothing even remotely close to what you're viewing right now. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, not everything that you see will have a targeted goal. So not under every component where you'll see certain bullet points, in turn will not turn into a targeted goal. Some of them are just, will it happen, will it not happen? So I want to be very clear about that, because if we were going to take everything that we were focused on within each component and then made that a targeted goal with all those different, components, like you're going to evaluate, you're going to do all those, action steps, I would have reduced it by half as far as what you say, because then it'll take 20 years, right? So I want to be very clear. There are some things that fall into the component that we'll say we're going to complete it or not. Some things we're going to dive deeper. The graduation rate warrants that deeper dive into targeted goals because there are multiple things that we have to look at in order to make that happen. So I just want to be clear. Now the summer work, again, to make a long story longer, some of the things that were added that you didn't initially notice that were part of the old strategic plan was the work that took place within our retreat. So one of the offshoots of that was we had Kathy and Brian facilitate one of the groups, and what they focused on that wasn't initially present was the Wi-Fi, was the outdoor space, and how to expand that. That wasn't part of the original strategic plan, but they felt compelled, as did that group, to dig deeply into that and to make that happen. So yeah, there are some things that are new and different for sure. I didn't articulate that initially when I shared that with the board. But nonetheless, at least you understand where that came from.
Okay, so then can I just ask, I guess, if they don't have outcomes, can we make sure that everything has an evaluation category? Because I think there are things that while don't warrant the targeted goal that you suggest, I think everything should have some sort of evaluative process, especially when it has a budgetary component tied to that. So that makes me feel a little better in that sense. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think actually CPE is a great example, Julie, to bring up about that, because we actually CPE was on the strategic plan last year, was implemented this year. So it's not an action item for this year, but it's something, I guess, to check up on and see if it worked. And actually, in agenda today, we were discussing some of the meeting topics for later in this year, and actually evaluating graduation rates, specifically if those programs that we put in last year, CPE and other things, are how are those impacting graduation rates, is something that we actually asked Dr. Feeney based on board requests. We asked Dr. Hines to go to Dr. Feeney and see if they will be able this year to present to us how those programs have impacted graduation rates, if it's more of a trailing indicator or something. So I think that's a good example. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, Nanette, to take this. I just have one last question. Adam, I think I heard you say that then, or maybe it was Dr. Block who said, what are we using to evaluate the superintendent? Are we utilizing the priorities or the 25 pages of targeted goals? Because I would like to be realistic about that, and that's what we do, right?
So we chose the NISCUS, I think is how you pronounce the acronym, the NISCUS template this year that we're using, and that has its own rubric that has evidence that Dr. Hines will have to upload into that rubric. But I think much of it will be on Dr. Hines to tie the superintendent priorities, which are now set as his priorities, which have assistant superintendent goals under them, will have to be tied back into that rubric. That's how I'm envisioning it, but open to conversation here.
So
that was the intended conversation.
I envisioned it the same way, but in my mind, he's being evaluated on the 9 priorities as opposed to the sub-priorities under each. But again, I guess this is the conversation, right? This is the question, and I want to set the expectation.
So I agree with you completely. And Dr. Hines, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think that my envision from reading what he's said to us over the both in this forum and in agenda meetings, I think that what you're envisioning is that you're the superintendent, so you're not actually hanging Wi-Fi access points, but you're counting on the rest of you're counting on the entire district and the administration and all the staff to deliver, and you're bringing all of that up to the sub-administrative priorities, up to that's how those were determined. They're all feed up to a goal. So we're going to judge him on his implementing these priorities is really based on how his subordinates implement their priorities. Dr. Hines, if you want to
do. Yeah. So talking about my evaluation at 10 o'clock at night. Come on now. I'm totally kidding. Listen, there's always a great time to talk about it. Listen, when I look at my priorities, I have to show evidence that those priorities have taken place, right? And that comes in multiple forms. So when I upload the evidence as to how those priorities were met, that is how the board will be able to for lack of a better word, judge whether that evidence is sufficient or not. To take it a step further, though, I also believe, and this is a conversation I think for potentially another day, and maybe in private before it's public, is we take some of the components of this strategic plan, some of the major initiatives that are longitudinal, and there's a checkpoint to see how we're doing. So I think, Julie, you brought up, evidence, and I think others did as well. So, make a long story short, I think the priorities is one component, but there are other things that I feel that are just as important that I need to be able to showcase within that super eval tool, which we can talk about at a later date.
Ms. Knopfling in the bookend.
I'm good.
Okay. So, from Knopfling. Yeah. Okay. Actually, before we go to community comments, I just want to wrap. Now that everybody has said that we're conceptually okay with this, we are, Dr. Hines, you are, I guess, free to start implementing until it's time to ask for money. And then we'll...
I'll do that tomorrow. All right,
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we're now going to go to community comments. If anybody in the community has thought of comments or questions since the presentation started, feel free to come and add your name. And to the extent that it's appropriate and feasible, we will try to maybe answer some of these live. If not, we'll follow up.
Nicole Johnson.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity to meet you all. This is the first time I've ever attended a BOE meeting. I'm Nicole Zeitzer Johnson, class of 92 from Schreiber High School, as is my husband, and we have 2 children in the district. It's really interesting to hear everything that's going on, everyone working together, the budget, the Wi-Fi outdoors, hearing words, curriculum, graduates, all these things, and how you're all working together to get things done. So I have to assume that the purpose is to serve students, correct? Is that the ultimate purpose beyond Wi-Fi outdoors and bigger bleachers? It's to serve students. So like I said, I have 2 children in the district. My son Tanner is 15. My daughter Josie is 11, and I guess she's in 6th grade. I don't really know. She has barely been in school for the past 2.5 years. She has severe disabilities. She goes to Little Village School in Massapequa, which is a wonderful school, which we love, and she was thriving there. Josie started saying words. It was really the most amazing experience, and I'm so grateful for the district in helping to get Josie to Little Village. Since COVID, the district did the best you can, and I know that. It was a very hard time. After the pandemic was over, there was a period of time the numbers were still too high, so I opted to keep Josie home and the homeschool thing. But basically for the past year, Josie has not been back in the classroom for more than maybe 4 months, really 4 months total since the pandemic started. There was a nurse shortage, we know that, but the nurse shortage has lifted. And just recently, we got Josie back to school, which was wonderful. But the bus was coming very early at 7:30 because there's a boy in Westbury that it had to pick up, which is not our district. So we got this wonderful nurse, which was, I trusted her. It was great. Josie was back in school and thriving again. So happy. And the nurse that we got couldn't be at my house at 7:30. So I begged, can we please have a bus come at 8? That's all we needed to keep this nurse, to keep Josie in school, is a bus to show up at 8 o'clock. That's it. And I begged for it, and it didn't happen.
30 seconds.
We lost the nurse. Josie's still not back in school. I know there are nurses available, not this one. We just need a bus to come at 8 o'clock, which is appropriate time for Josie. So her being 20 minutes late for school versus not being at school at all is something that I think that this group collectively can make happen. So I feel that this is a place where I can be heard, and that if everybody knows that we could get this done, I think maybe before Wi-Fi outdoors, we could get Josie back in the classroom. Thank you so much. And I'm hoping by like this week, because it's been way too long. Thank you. And this is Josie.
Michelle Sayo.
Ciao.
Good evening. Thank you to the administration and to Dr. Hines for this strong and informative presentation. Obviously, very low community attendance here. I would ask that you be proactive and share this document with the community. The best and most effective communication and marketing strategy includes multi-pronged approach and over-communication. So post this on the site, via social, via the parents' councils, and the Parents' Council and the HSAs. Security is a very important issue for me and for so many community members. I attend the meetings and communicate with the police commissioners in the police district. I emailed you, Dr. Hines, and the trustees on this at the end of last year. I appreciate the high level of communication of security procedures tonight. The comment by Mr. Miller that previously there was a collaboration with HSAs on parental training and information would be a really great big win for the district, would be more aligned to the proactive communication that many other county districts and Nassau County Police shared with their communities after the Uvalde tragedy. Lastly, a comment on the low participation of parents on the survey. If you plan to rerun the survey and to target to increase parent participation, I again implore you to over-communicate again and again on the social website via HSAs, a note sent home with students, etc. Without these heightened efforts, you shouldn't expect any increase in participation by parents. Thank you.
Okay, great. Oh, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Michelle Whitman. I'm a parent in the district. I have one in district and one that I've pulled and attends a private school now. I just wanted to congratulate you first, Dr. Hines, on what you pulled together. You have a lot of you administration come in, that have come in recently, and it is clear that what you've done with them is incredible. You've helped them to provide the space to identify where the district's at, where they're looking to go, and then really scope out what they need in order to get there. So kudos to you for doing that and for leading your staff in that way, your administration team. That is pretty amazing. To the board, thank you so much. I know a couple of weeks ago there was like board appreciation across the state or across the country, and I was not here, and I'm not usually one to come forward and speak, so I just wanted to congratulate you all. We are very lucky here in Port Washington to have a Board of Education where you break through the nonsense, you just don't deal with it, and you're here to do a lot of work. We see you outside, we hear you outside, we see you digging into your own learning, and again, thank you for that as well. Also, I wanted to congratulate, a particular shout out to Mrs. Volin. I grabbed her outside, I nailed her, sorry. But I just want to say thank you because I want to commend you on your work for the website. You went above and beyond getting our site beyond the basic compliance of the ADA. And I applaud you for also considering user experience. So what she did was really consider what different types of people are going to come in and take a look at our website and what is their pathway going to look like. And so I know it is a work in progress, but I'm thrilled to see that commitment here in this district. And I want to talk to you as a board, and Ms. Dr. Allen, my apologies, you're here as well, and Dr. Hines. We've heard about where you want to be, and yet we just heard about a child in our district that has not been able to access her school, her basic education. And I'm imploring you as a board to come together and work creatively to find a solution. Not in a month from now, not in 2 months from now, but what can you do collectively to get this child, Josie, the access that she deserves in terms of getting her access to school. So be creative in your problem solving. I know you have the capacity. You've got brilliant minds sitting here. You've got parents willing to work with you. You have community members willing to work with you. If it means that you provide an opportunity for her to get a lift in order to do that and then reimburse them so she can get to school and so she can access this education that she is rightfully, it's her right under FERPA, right? Let's get her to school. So I look forward to coming here next week and already having a solution in place.
So thank you for your time this evening.
Great. Any other community comments? No? Okay, great. Thank you to all those who spoke. So, what is it? Great. Okay, we're going to go to committee reports. I believe we had quite a few committee meetings this week, or last week. So we'll start with 10.1, policy and personnel.
Sorry. So Policy and Personnel Committee met last Wednesday, which I believe is the second. We have two policies on for first reading this evening: public attendance and comment at board meetings, and the free and reduced meal services policy. For everybody's information, the free and reduced meal services policy is one that's required by law. That's why we're offering this on first reading tonight. And the committee is obviously recommending both of these, so they wouldn't be up for first reading. The committee also wanted to draw to the board's attention that we had a discussion last Wednesday on the regulations for the purchasing policy. Our assistant superintendent for business has made some changes to the way we do contracts for goods and services, and then also just for services. All of the changes are really meant to protect the district and make things more consistent and more certain on how we handle things. We officially, as a Board of Ed, don't actually have to approve any of these because these are the regulations, but we wanted to make sure that the rest of the board was aware that it was there. Given that we still have a lot left to do tonight, we were going to raise that if anybody had any questions or wanted to discuss it in detail, we would do it now, but maybe instead what we want to say is anybody who is not on that committee wants to take a look at them, we can raise it at the next meeting if anybody has any questions or comments, but it's not actually subject to official board vote, so we don't need to act to move forward with these regulations, and the committee was unanimous in supporting the state of the regulations right now.
Great, thank you very much. 10.2, budget and facilities.
We have not met since our last meeting, and we are going to meet again on 12/5, December 5th at 9 a.m.
Thank you. 10.3, curriculum.
Curriculum Committee met this past Friday. Our discussion was in the grade 3 through 8 state assessments and the Regents overview provided by, once again, Dr. Feeney and Dr. Baer. I encourage the community to view it from our website. It was quite informative. Our next meeting is Friday, December 9th, and we will be discussing educational technology overview.
I'm sorry, can I just ask, was that presentation put up on the website? I don't remember if it's on the website, because the day of the meeting, you couldn't see the presentation like this live stream. We have to remember, by the way, guys, to turn the camera when we're doing the committee meetings. You've got to turn the camera towards, if there's something on the screen, we've got to physically turn the camera to face the screen.
I've actually just going to look into if we can start typing.
We should, because it's very hard. I also got feedback about
I agree
tonight's meeting
completely.
too,
So
that you can't see it, it's from far away.
We just talked about that.
Yeah,
this
so
morning.
anyway, I'm sorry, I asked, right.
It's on the BOE page, not on Board Docs.
Right, so it's on the website.
Yes.
Thank you.
Julie, do you have something also?
No, that I was actually looking for the presentation because I couldn't find it, so that was my question.
It was on the main.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be with the agenda. Sorry,
Yeah.
so thank you for the clarification. That was great.
Legislative task force. I'm sorry. I turned the page ahead. 10.4 audit committee. Go ahead.
So we're meeting again on the 18th of January. I do want to make a point of clarification. In tonight's State of the District, there was a point brought up about a security audit being conducted and that the security group wanted to have an outside consultant.
I would just like to recommend or remind everyone that last year the board made that a priority for the audit committee. We already have an outside consultant doing a security audit of that nature, so we will make sure to include Mr. Graham and Mr. Miller, and if Mr. Maloney, because it may have a technology component, we can include them in the conversation so that we're cohesive in that regard.
Yeah. 10.5 legislative task force. Are you gonna go through all of these now? Is that-
I can read them, or I can just say, take judicial notice of
Yeah,
it.
I think that's the.
Okay. So, we finally met on October, hey, and everybody has, you know, it's public, so, we finally met on October 31st, I'm pleased to say, and we had a nice, healthy quorum. And so we went over the various legislative priorities, and so I got these to the board, I think, either this morning or yesterday. I apologize, but because we met just last week and I wanted to get the minutes looked at by the legislative task force people so that everybody could agree that we were all on the same page before I came to the board. So what you have in front of you is a list of priorities and the advocacy or the action items that I would like the board to approve to give me the go-ahead to communicate to the rest of the legislative task force that the board is in agreement with what we are recommending as our priorities and our action items, most of which involve reaching out to well, a lot of the priorities are left over from, or carried over from last year because it's all a work in progress with legislators. So there's really nothing new there except for the electric school bus mandate, which is priority 1A. Funding for green initiatives, and the rest of it should look very familiar to everybody. But it basically involves the legislative task members, either members of the Board of Ed or the legislative task force, whichever the board decides, and I'm coming here for, I guess, guidance from the board as to who that will be. But going to our state senator, whoever that is after today, our state assembly person, whoever that is after today, our new congressperson, whoever that is after today, and maybe some NICED people along the way, from state ed people along the way. Well, certainly after today, but who knows when. And so I'm asking for approval of the various priorities, approval for a go-ahead to start dialogue, and give me guidance as to whether you want members of the task force to be meeting with our various counterparts in state government and federal government, whether we want BOE members to come along. Tell me what you want, and I'll take it back to the task force and move on. Our next meeting is in January, and I know as a task force, we don't want to wait until January for things to happen.
Okay, so let's start with, is there anybody who objects to this list of priority items? No. Okay, so let's move ahead with that. Second question, the choice between having the legislative task force arrange the meetings with the elected officials and bureaucrats or I guess the other choice is having trustees and the DOE arrange that.
Well, I would say it would be the legislative task force arranging the meetings, but would the board want members of the task force to represent the board at those meetings, or would board members who are not members of the legislative task force like to come along, or would you simply like me to come back as, and I was voted the chairperson, so I'm speaking on behalf in that capacity. I can always come back and say, anybody want to come join us? Or are members of the board happy to say, no, task force, you take it on? So I'm just asking for direction.
Let's do a show of hands. Who prefers to have, the two choices will be, let's just see where everyone lands, and then we can go into comments. And see if, raise your hand if you think the task force should arrange the visits and, I guess, appoint who goes to them first, if that's the approach you want to do. Yeah. Okay, and who thinks that, yeah.
Yeah, can you just review the two alternatives before we vote?
The two alternatives are that who's gonna attend meetings with elected officials on these topics that are being, I guess, advocated for by the legislative task force. Members of the legislative task force that may or may not include trustees from the task force, or board members who are not necessarily that's the two choices.
Hold on, Adam, you're asking if board members are going to come and have meetings with legislators regarding the initiatives
okay, I think
that
it's,
we're
yeah.
taking on as the legislative task
The
force?
legislative task, what Deb is asking is a question
right.
that came from the legislative task force. I'm trying to summarize
It didn't
so
come
we
out of
can
the
vote.
legislature, we didn't discuss this at the legislature, so I'm asking you this question.
Yeah.
You're asking whether or not the Board of Education is going to be part of the meetings that the legislative task force is going to arrange regarding our priorities.
Yes, because I believe, if not mistaken, I think Julie raised the issue in the meeting to say, let's not assume that there wouldn't be other board members who were coming. If I misunderstood that, I apologize, but I thought that's what the ask was, that it wasn't going to be assumed that it would be only legislative task force members to meet with the legislators, but that the board had to approve whether it was going to be members of the legislative task force who were going to meet with the legislators or any other representatives, Civil Service Commission, or whether the board was going to decide who was going. That was my understanding in the meeting.
I think my point was the actual legislative task force is really a committee of the board, and even now, not even a public body. And if we're, as a Board of Education, going to be visiting with our assembly people and senators and Congress people, I believe that it has more strength if a board member goes and makes the case as opposed to a legislative task force person. So again, I think the question was, is if we find ourselves in a situation where we would like to set up meetings, we as a board should decide who from the board would want to represent. And if a legislative task force member wants to come with because they have the clarity and knowledge on the particular topic, I'm certain that the board will be in agreement with that. I just didn't want to have, it sounded at the meeting like legislative task force members were going to be setting up the meetings and going to the meetings. That's what I was trying to avoid.
No, I think the question was clear, so that's why I'm just trying to get a sense of the board if they're, I happen to think that I agree with the latter choice personally, that it should, okay. that the board, yeah. So is everyone conceptually agreed that if, to the extent that meetings are set up, the board collectively here will decide who's going to go, not the legislative task force?
Sure, but just remember there are 3 board members on the legislative task force.
Well, 7 board members on the board. Yeah, okay. Rachel?
It might be simpler just to seize upon the way Julie described the problem, which is we want to make sure that in any meeting with a legislator, we look like we are taking it sufficiently seriously and there is a gravitas to the situation such that a board member can be bothered to go. I think, if I'm not mistaken, what Julie is suggesting is that at least one board member should be present for every meeting with a legislator, if not maybe more than one, and that if additional non-board members of the legislative task force also want to attend at the discretion, I think, of the legislative task force and the board, that should be fine too. And I have no problem with that. With what I thought the choice was, what I was thinking was it makes sense to have people who are the absolutely most educated on the issue that we're discussing with the legislator be present at that meeting. And to the extent that that's true, it really should be members of the legislative task force, board members and non-board members who are the first chosen to go if they're the ones who are the most educated on the issue. But I certainly trust the legislative task force chair to make sure that occurs and the right mix of people go. And I have a feeling the board is going to be totally on board for at least one board member attends, which I think is what Julie is proposing.
So basically the direction, Deb, is come back to the board when there's a meeting set up.
Will do.
Yeah. Set it up and then invite, I guess, and we'll discuss who goes.
Will do.
Okay.
And I just wanted to add that we all got an email from the New York State School Boards Association within the past week showing us that there have already been advocacy efforts on priority number 4 on, I would say, on the
community statewide level to reform civil service certification. A group of organizations, one of which Ms. O'Hara is a member of, with NISPA, with I don't, NICET, I think, and some other organizations, have written a very strong letter to the governor, urging the governor to reform the civil service certification. So that's a good thing. It's I'm just sharing it. So the community knows that we're on the right track, and we're partnering with some good organizations, at least with that priority. So I also wanted to say that we do have new committee members. The old guard rolled over into their new 2-year term. Those names will be on the agenda next month for approval, as well as the one new co-president from Parents Council. The senior president rolled off, the new co-president wrote on. So I will have those names for approval at the next agenda meeting, at the school board meeting, sorry. And our next date, meeting date will be January 19th, 2023.
Great, okay. And I'm actually going to add one more committee, which is a new committee, so we didn't get it added to this standing sheet. But I guess, I don't know if we necessarily should. I don't know if we're going to add it. But the Emergency Preparedness Committee met for the first time last night. We now have a list of members of the committee, which we will be circulating to the Board of Ed and posting on, so we're waiting to see if some of the names have to be redacted due to sensitive nature of some of the individuals' employments. But we will be circulating that with minutes to the Board of Ed via Board Docs. The main topic after appointing the committee members was to talk about everybody's kind of views on what the next step would be and how the committee could proceed. And what was generally discussed was that we need to have a professional firm come in and do a security audit. And we are aware, as are Brian Graham, who is president, and David Miller, that the audit committee is in fact doing a security audit as per what the board had directed last year. That's being done, as I understand it, by our internal auditing firm. It's something a little bit different than what the folks at the committee were envisioning. Mr. Graham is working on some RFPs that will be brought to the board to describe exactly what they're looking for. I'm not sure at this point what the overlap is or isn't with what's being done by the audit committee, but it's definitely something that we need to discuss to make sure that I guess we're not spending money twice, but the sense I get is that it's probably not too much overlap. But how far along, I wanted to ask you, Julie, not tonight because it's 10:30, running out of energy, but how has that audit process actually started? Because the audit committee hasn't met in public, so we don't know this yet, if that had actually started.
We gave them the orders to start last summer, and they were going to begin once school started this year, because they had to have school in session to do a sufficient committee, but I will defer to Ms. O'Hara.
Yes, they've already come up with a list of documents that they sent to Mr. Graham and to Mr. Miller. So they've started preliminary discussion.
But they haven't done too much work, or they've only sent those documents requested?
They've set up meetings, and I think they had a discussion about the documents, but not a lot of work.
Okay, so we should definitely, as you mentioned last night, Dr. Hunt, you should reconcile the two and see where there is or isn't overlap and make sure that there isn't. So, yes, Ms. Gilliam.
So I know when we discussed the audit committee having security as a focus, we talked about the fact that every year our audit firm picks certain areas of focus, and I think that's a requirement, right? So I'm wondering if Dr. Hines can figure this out, it sounds like rather quickly. It seems to me we want to make sure that the focus of any security audit is more on the security than on the auditing, right? And so if there is overlap, we want really security professionals, not accountants, to be the final word on whether or not we're secure.
They are going to actually be looking at our We actually have a health and safety committee, and then you have an emergency preparedness. They were more going to be looking at the safety committee. Like, do we have a committee? How often does it meet? What are their goals, basically?
And that's very different than what I think the Emergency Preparedness Committee wants to look at. One of them, like, that's more of, like, I think it was described last night as a box checking type of audit, and this is more of a physical, getting, like, you know, retired FBI agents to come and walk through schools and look at the security systems, look at how the camera systems work, talk to police officers and see how they can access the cameras and things. Two very different things that might not have too much overlap, actually, if what you're saying is accurate. Like, that they're really only going to look at kind of those, like, BOCES and state processes.
I just want to confirm, because when we talked about it, we talked about them being in the building, double checking where we have open doors, like things that were actually security
Yeah.
measures. So I guess again, Ms. O'Hara, and since Mr. Graham works with you, you can, and you're working with the committee and also the consultants, we can make sure that we don't have any overlap and we do what we need to do. So
Dr. Hines just whispered to me that he's going to meet with you, Ms. O'Hara, and make sure that everyone understands and again, the board hasn't approved the security audit for the Emergency Preparedness Committee, so we don't have those dollars even earmarked, and it might be quite a ticket item, so maybe it doesn't even happen, I guess, depending on, this is something that this committee will be presenting to the board for approval, hopefully soon.
Adam, I'm sorry, are you done with the report? Okay, because I have a question, because you just added emergency preparedness on this update of committees. Emergency preparedness is not a Board of Education committee, it is a district committee. If it were a Board of Education
it's
committee,
a-
we'd have 3 board members on it. So,
Yeah.
here's my thing. We've got safety and substance that meets, so we don't have any board representation on that committee. We have a district nutrition committee that has no representation. I know that the playground committee has met, and I don't think we as a board have gotten an update from you.
The
who
playground
sits on
committee is.
You're
this
interrupting
is,
me.
I'm just going to correct you.
No.
This was a
Let me
committee
finish.
approved by board resolution.
So I'm
Yeah.
asking that we please have regular updates from all the committees if that's how we're going to forward.
So this is a board committee, so there will be updates to the board, but playground committee is a district committee.
I think the board approved the committee reinstating itself. It has never been a board committee. Because if it's a board committee, then we are open meetings law abided.
Do you want to?
This is not an open meetings law committee.
Do you want to continue this?
But I'm
offline?
just pointing
Yeah.
out, this is not if the committee, if it's a board committee, then it belongs under the open meetings law.
It doesn't, but we'll.
It doesn't?
It doesn't,
Okay.
so we'll talk about it.
So as
Yeah.
long as we're
Yeah.
good.
Could I just make a request that we have the meeting dates also and the
Yeah,
objectives of
they were
this?
set last night and they'll be in the minutes that are circulated.
Okay, but, so we're not gonna get a public, we're not gonna get a
No,
public update?
we
We'll
can
get
get a public meeting, we can get a public update on the meeting dates, if you want to get them now.
And what you're gonna cover, like what the, objectives are, just like.
Right now, the objective is,
The
the only
security
objective
audit.
is security audit.
Okay,
Yeah.
great, thank you.
Hold on, I'm just gonna give you guys the dates, just so that, we can settle this now. The proposed dates are January 9th, March 6th, and May 8th, all at 7 p.m. Okay, great. So we're up to item 11.1, which is the approval of the minutes from September 15th, 2022, October 17th, 2022, October 18th, 2022, and October 31st, 2022. Can we have a motion to approve those minutes? Ms. Brooks, is there a second? Dr. Block, all in favor? Everybody, 7-0. Great, minutes are approved. We're going to go to action items, starting with 12.1 through 12.1 through 12.6.4. We get a motion. Ms. Brooks, a second. Dr. Block, all in favor? Great, Everybody? Good, great, 7-0. Perfect. Item 13, board policy. So we have policies on for first read with the recommendation of the superintendent. Policy A is policy 1230, public attendance and comment at board meetings, and B is policy 8520, free and reduced price meal service. And those will be voted on at the next meeting. Do we have any old business? I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, new business? Ms. Brooks?
Okay. The business office brought to the board's attention the question of whether we wanted to change the polling times for the budget vote and the trustee election in May. Not this May necessarily, but changing the polling times, and I said I would raise it as new business. If the board wanted to entertain the thought, we don't have to have a discussion tonight. We can prepare a discussion for, given the time, we can prepare a discussion for an upcoming meeting, but I just wanted to put this out as new business and ask if any other board members wanted to support the idea of looking into this idea and what it involves and so forth and so on.
Joey, go ahead. Ms. Epstein.
I think, Ms. O'Hara, are you looking at it for this year as an option?
Yes, I was.
Perfect. I am in full support of keeping the start time the same and ending at 9 p.m. like the surrounding districts. I can give my answer right now.
So can I think that was the question that Ms. O'Hara asked us, if we can end our election time at 9 p.m. And I think Ms. O'Hara did point out that the surrounding districts do it, and that it's also a safety concern on your part for the elderly voters.
Yes.
So I do support your request. I don't think, and I think timing wise, I don't know that we have, I don't know, can we make this a discussion item? I don't know that it's necessary, but when do you need to get it on for a resolution? Because
It doesn't have to be an actual resolution. Howard Miller said it just has to be noticed when everything else is noticed for the budget. So you would post that the budget date is such, and this is the time, and here it is.
I personally would not support changing the hours. I would like to keep it at 10 p.m. Specifically, 2 years ago, the school board budget vote fell on a Jewish holiday, where observant Jews wouldn't have been able to vote until sundown, and had the polls not been open after 9 o'clock. Many other districts, actually, like Great Neck, and I think some of the other towns, changed. There was an alternate date that the state allowed, and many of those districts changed. Ports did not. Because we didn't change and we stayed on that day, I think that the observant Jews were not able to vote till late in the 8 o'clock hour. So that's definitely what it was. It might have been like 9:10 or something. Let me finish. So me personally, I think that having that extra hour came in great flexibility in that example, and it may very likely happen again. So if we're not going to have the practice of changing the day to support holidays and the like, I think that extra hour was allowed a lot of people to exercise their right to vote.
Well, I will tell you that at the time, the board consciously made the decision that because we had the polls extended past 9 o'clock, unlike others, that's why we didn't go for the day. But I agree with you that if we have that coming up, let's be forward thinking and let's change the day and take advantage of it then.
But we can't predict what a future board would necessarily do. So that's just my piece.
But a future board could change the polling times next year also,
Yeah,
right?
I guess so. But I'm personally not one for in this time of election denial and all that stuff. I personally would not be one to support reducing our voting hours. That's just my personal take. Yeah.
For the extra hour, I'm wondering if we have a sense of what the voting numbers tend to be in that 9 to 10 p.m. hour, and also what the additional cost to the district is to have the voting be open that extra hour.
So you do have, I made up little charts, graphs to see the time.
Of course you do.
I think you have a lot of people, well, not a lot, but you have, so out of 3,200 voters, you have about 115 or 120 people come that last hour, which prior to that, you have 268, 360, 351, 306. So I think what happens is at the end, you do have people come, but it's to see the results of the election also. So I think if you did move it to 9 o'clock, you would still have those people, they would just come sooner. And also in the morning, we open polls at 6 o'clock, and you only have like 90 people in the morning hour or 75 last year. So, that's another thing too, like do you want it to be 7 o'clock or just leave it at the 6 o'clock?
And what about the cost? I mean, is the cost static for the day, or is there an additional cost to those extra hours?
I have to look at that. I thought they were paid per hour, but maybe yeah. So that would be a slight cost, but it's not significant.
Because we pay them really badly for elections.
It's kind of
right?
like a volunteer,
Right.
if you ask me.
It's a nominal.
Yes, and the issue
It's an honorarium.
that was brought to me is that the people who work tend to be elderly, and a lot of times they can't park close to where they're working. So it's about 10:30 by the time they get out. It's very late. So it's, I guess a lot of other schools don't have it so late. So that was why the request came about.
I guess, as I'm asking these questions, I'm sort of trying to sort my way through the various things that pull on me, because where I land instinctually is about where Mr. Smith is, that in general I want voting to be really easy and there to be long hours for it. And it's hard because when you look at these numbers, it definitely sounds like we are getting smaller number of votes at the 9 to 10 and the 6 to 7, but 100 people getting to vote at one end and 100 people getting to vote at the other is still voters that might otherwise, I actually happen to think probably particularly at the 6 a.m. time, we may be capturing some people who otherwise wouldn't be able to vote, because I think if you don't have to vote at 6 a.m., you're not voting at 6 a.m. So my additional concern on this would be messaging it, like above and beyond whatever our regular notice requirements are, because if we make a change to 9 p.m. and we don't get that information out well, and we have people arriving at 9:15 to vote, that would be a problem, particularly when, as a school district, we rely on voters to be able to pass our budget.
I'm very concerned about the late hour and our administrators that still have to drive home. Is this a pressing issue that we need to resolve this evening? We are headed to executive session, correct?
I'm going to propose an alternative to that because of what you just said about administrators needing to go home. But, Ms. O'Hara, it's not critical for tonight. It's more of you wanted to get direction to look at it. It sounds like you just spoke. It's probably worth at least looking at what the legal requirements and timing is. We can take it from. I don't know. Okay. Yeah.
Sure. I did speak with Howard about it tonight, actually. So, and he said, yeah, exactly what I shared with you, that it's really just notification.
Should we table this? Okay.
Table it till December? Or December meeting?
Okay. Great. So that's a new business. Oh, okay. Okay. Great. No, I'm up to 16. So we have another opportunity for the community to be heard. Do we have anyone? Okay. Nothing? Nothing, Jessica. Okay. Great. So next we actually, we're going to recess to executive session. Maybe we should just recess and decide there. Okay. So let's make a motion to adjourn to executive session.
Make a motion to continue the discussion of employment history of a particular individual.
Great. Second. Dr. Block, all in favor? Great. and we will be adjourning the general meeting from the hallway. 6-1, sorry.